You mean so much to me. I'll tell the world how much I love you. And heaven knows I'll place no one above you, baby. You keep me smiling. And baby, I'm so satisfied. I'm so satisfied. Baby, keep me smiling. Oh, and baby, I'm so satisfied. I'm so satisfied. I'm down and lonely. You're brightening up my day. There through hard times, and I won't let you get away. No, 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 no. When I'm troubled, I call you. You chase my blues away. Chase my blues away. I wanna give you the same feeling. 'Cause everyone should feel this way. Wake up with a smile every day. Say, keep me smiling. Baby, I'm so satisfied. I'm so satisfied. You keep me smiling. Baby, I'm so satisfied. I'm so sad. I'm so satisfied. Smiling, baby. Smiling, baby. I'm a smile for love, baby. Smiling, baby. Feel so good. Smiling, baby. Feel good. Smiling, baby. Feel so good, baby. Keep me smiling. Satisfy me. I'm so satisfied. I'm so satisfied. Here I come, y'all. Three minutes and we talking. I belong to take me? Why don't you make me just what you want me to be? I belong to you. I belong to you. Yeah. I'm yours all alone. Hey. Mind, body, and soul. Why don't you take me? You are the spirit that lets me sleep at night. Oh, yes, you are. And then I wake up early in the morning, knowing everything is gonna be all right. Everybody, I belong to you. I do not belong to you. So bad I do. Hey, I'm yours all alone. Why don't you take me? Ooh. Y'all don't know nothing about no Rand Salad? You now, I belong to you. I belong to you. I'm yours all alone. Why don't you take me? Why don't you make me just what you want me to be? Somebody wanna know how strong my love is. I said somebody wanna know how strong my love is. But I love you on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Hey, you know, I gotta bring some of that gospel sometimes. That's one of my favorite gospel songs, but it's kind of like a gospel slash secular love song. You can interchange it how you want to, right? I thought I was sharing my. Hold on one second. Let me get back to y'all. Okay. I'm drinking my G2, this cannabis. Let me see if it. Cannabis infused lemonade, 125 milligrams. I don't drink alcohol, so I still have a drink though. This is cannabis, THC infused lemonade. I sell cases of this shit too. So, if you can hear me good, what's up, Chase Money? Malik Omar, what's good? Yasun, Sheba Mooncoat, KC Morton, and the other people listening and spying and snooping who don't want to comment. Okay, then we gonna, if I comment on Chief X page, they may think I'm following him and believe him. Salute, Peter the Truth. Right? So, what did I title this thing? Let me see. I forgot. Okay, elders in the conscious community, are they liars? Right? The elders in the conscious community, are they liars? Now, first off, you may need to listen and understand me, right? Instead of these other cats out here. I'm a little older than these cats, and I've been around in this movement older. So I may know what I'm talking about a little better. Okay. So we got what we got in here. I think we got 26 in the building. So I realized maybe about 5 years ago that the conscious community is literally a cult. Not in the sense it's a set name of a cult, but the behavior and the thinking is straight cultish. You know, Jim Jones and them Kool-Aid sippers back in the day, I think majority of them was black folk and black women at that, right? So I'm like, it's a little gullibility there. And I can understand how people fell for certain things, even I. But once I realized that it was a money game going on and people were selling products or selling something, I said, wait a minute, something strange. Then I start wondering why aren't a lot of the so-called master teachers and people who are so-called popular or so-called leaders, why don't these people have credentials? Why are they not experts in the field that they're teaching the conscious community about? Things start getting a little strange, right? What really tipped it off is when I learned that, kind of, you know what, Dr. Ben is kind of a bullshitter and a liar. Then everything trickled down and crumbled from there, right? So a lot of times people be like, Chief X, what you tripping on, right? And I tell people, and I don't think people are able to have insight to this. Wait a minute, can y'all hear me good, first of all, before I keep running my mouth? Hit a number one if you can. Let me put the, see if the live chat is here. Okay, I'm looking at the live chat. What's up, Markel Maxwell? Sangalato 251, Mr. Philosopher. Right, so I started realizing there's some jive turkeys in this movement. And I was sitting back just watching and realizing how everybody kind of came together in New York, 125th Street. Even the so-called conscious community elders are all up by that New York area. Professor, like what's his name? Y'all know I'm getting old and I burnt some brain cells, so I be forgetting names. I'm horrible at names. But a lot of the elders in the conscious community were a part of that area in New York. And today's modern day people who are so-called popular are a part of that area in New York on 125th Street. Even Dr. Amos Wilson is up out of that area in New York. And Amos Wilson is my favorite elder scholar. He was a real one. He literally actually had a PhD. And his talk and teaching was more along the lines of psychology and the thinking of Black folk, which is when me and I worked in social services, it was more so psychology and the thinking and the behavior of Black folk, which I feel is more important than a lot of the history lessons, is your mind state. That's what Dr. Amos Wilson was worried about. Your mind state, right? You can't come together and unify and build together if your mind ain't right. Let's be real for a second, family. Okay? So I later noticed that the elders in New York and elsewhere didn't really fuck with Dr. Amos Wilson like that. Now, this may be a history lesson of the conscious community to some of y'all. Some of y'all know this. But I'm just sharing so you guys can kind of get an understanding of what I'm talking about. The elders really didn't fuck with Dr. Amos Wilson. You won't hear them mentioning his name ever. They'll mention each other's name, like Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, professors, the other professors,
Molefia Santer. They'll, but they don't really mention Dr. Amos Wilson's name because he was different. Hold on. I just thought about something. Let me show you how he's different. 1 second. And for some reason, I said, you know what? He's my favorite scholar. Then I realized that this is why he's my favorite scholar. Let me show you. He was different, and they didn't really fuck with him like that. Because Dr. Amos Wilson, you don't hear him, and he was not here teaching that you the Egyptians and Moors and ancient Chinese and you're the Native American. That wasn't Dr. Amos Wilson's thing. Think about it, y'all. He was into the psychology of black folk and the behavior of black folk and how to navigate self in this capitalistic system, which is fine to me, or in America. Social political issues he spoke on. Okay? So, like when I bought this book, We Can't Go Home Again, an argument about Afrocentrism. Because Afrocentrics is a clique of individuals and men who initially back in the day began to teach revised fake history. So this guy, Dr. Clarence Walker, wrote this book, Getting on These Afrocentrics Asses. And in his book, you see Professor Wilson's name right there? What does he say? I don't want to read it all, but he said Professor Amos Wilson, a psychologist, calls this theft of history. Dr. Amos Wilson thinks like me and would be considered out of the clique of elders different and going down a different line because he wasn't a bullshitter. Yeah, he actually had solutions, someone said. He wrote the book, The Blueprint for Black Power, meaning empowering black folk. It wasn't about hating anyone else. It was about empowering black folk. We're going to get to Infodisi. I got the videos lined up. We might be here for a long night because when Chief X exposes someone or corrects someone, he actually shows them saying it out their mouth, and then I'll narrate it or correct it. So Chief X has never lied on nobody. When you see me exposing all these charlatans and frauds, I'm playing their words and then correcting their words. So we're clear, right? So this is why I love Dr. Amos Wilson, and I love this book. Everyone should get this book. It'll open your eyes up to the fucking game and circus that's being played. So I'm leading up to something, and then we're gonna get into it. I said, and I always tell you, the conscious community elders and the modern day, today's time elders and people in the conscious community today, the goal was to remove credentialed people out your face. Remove, professionals and credentialed people out the way so then they can teach you and have control over you and your mind and what you think and feel and how you spend your money and who you support. Everything is about the dollar bill. in this conscious community cult, right? Let me just kind of give you a line and give you understanding. Let me share my screen. So I tell people all the time, like yesterday, I played Thomas Sowell's videos. He's a real master teacher. Deep, deep, deep. I can sit here like this and listen to him. If I listen to these cats y'all fuck with, I'm like, oh, God. I'm not amazed. I'm not impressed. Y'all may be. That's because you're on a lower level than them, and someone on a higher level can fool someone on a lower level. These niggas can't fool me. So I always say, Skip Gates, Professor Skip Gates, Dr. Henry Louis Gates is a master teacher. Afrocentrics get mad when I say that. He's a credentialed, real PhD, and there's no Black American scholar in academia who has put forth more information telling Black Americans our real history in our origins better than Dr. Henry Louis Skip Gates. Why do they hate him? Skip Gates ain't gonna tell you we the Egyptians and blame 100% of things on white folk. He gonna let you know Africans had a hand in slavery too. And the Afrocentrics never ever wanted you to feel or think or know that Africans on the continent had a part and play in the slave trade. They wanted to keep that away from you. So it's been 40 years of revised history that you guys feel internally and in your mind is some real shit, and that these cats are some real master teachers. Okay, let me show you what I mean. I'm sharing my screen. All right, so let's go to, bam, Dr. Molefi Keita. Now, why is Dr. Molefi Keita seen as one of the originators and founders of Afrocentricity, of Afrocentric thought and teachings? Because he was actually a credentialed person. So they propped his ass up as an authority for your belief purposes. Right? But when Henry, he's like Molefi Keita, it would be considered the father of Afrocentricity, if you guys didn't know that. Can y'all see this? Okay. Back in the day, you newbies may not know, but all these Afrocentrics came for Dr. Henry Louis Gates. They came for the real one. It's like cats, they come for me, the real one now. They came for Henry Louis Gates because Henry Louis Gates wasn't teaching revised history and all that bullshit y'all thinking today. Okay, now let me expand this a little bit so everybody can read and see what I mean. Now, if you're a younger buck, you may not have no idea about this history. Okay? Dr. Molefi Asante is considered the father of Afrocentricity, but I say the unwritten, the godfather of Afrocentricity is Sheikh Anta Diop. And Sheikh Anta Diop was wrong. I'm going to attack that on a whole nother video one day. See, I said at the beginning of this year, we have to remodel the conscious community. And that was my mission beginning of 2021. I got videos all on YouTube saying this. I said, we remodeling the conscious community. Well, I am. We're shutting all this bullshit down, and we're going to replace you lying ass motherfuckers with real credentialed people and professionals and teach us black folk properly, because you niggas is just getting money and lying. Okay? I set out to do that. And as you see, it's changing. People ain't talking about Egypt no more. Niggas are scared too. You know what I mean? Damn near Almond and Rock Squad and damn near split up. And they don't really fuck with each other. One Almond Rock Squad member will go live, and another Almond Rock Squad member will be live at the same time. That means they're not supporting each other like that no more. They don't even like each other no more. And especially when I came on the scene and shook that shit up. So Dr. Malefi Kasante, this is what he wrote. So Henry Louis Gates is wrong about African involvement in the slave trade. No, the fuck he wasn't wrong. He was not wrong. You Afrocentric niggas was wrong. Henry Louis Gates was only trying to tell the truth, and they hated on him for it. Henry Louis Gates, he wrote a whole article about it. There's many articles. There's discussions about it. But y'all young bucks don't know nothing about the history, so let me reveal it for you. Okay, Henry Louis Gates is wrong about the African involvement in the slave trade. Over the past 25 years, I've had various exchanges, some quite useful and productive, with Henry Louis Gates. We have shared a couple of public meetings and dinners during conferences, book signings, and the like. However, we have rarely agreed on Black studies, Black history, and Afrocentricity, Black nationalism, or the slave trade. The recent essay on slavery and reparations in the New York Times caused me to reflect on my previous critiques of several of Gates' projects, such as In Carta Africana documentaries and the wonders of the African world. Gates is combative, he said. God damn. Like when they say someone's combative, they're trying to demonize you. That's what that when it's like ain't nothing about Henry Louis Gates combative. He is a very mild mannered, calm, cool cat. Okay, assertive and quite active intellectual. He is not a do nothing or say nothing person that would give his opinions be a good thing. Excuse me, I didn't read that all wrong. He is not a do nothing or say nothing person that would, given his opinions, be a good thing. Since that's not the case, it is necessary to dismantle the superstructure Gates has created. So, in other words, he's saying it is necessary to dismantle the superstructure Gates has created to defend Europeans' gross violation of African humanity. Attacking the factual errors of Gates' essay is essential for the plinths upon which reparations arguments stand. Okay? So, Gates says, first, we must get to the terms of the argument straight. There is no African slave trade, no transatlantic slave trade. There's only the European slave trade. So the Afrocentrics want to put it 100% on whites and dissolve any accountability and responsibility of African chiefs in a sense. Okay? So I just wanted to let you know this brief thing, and a lot of the beefs in the community with credentialed people, especially Skip Gates, right? So let's just go ahead and get into this, okay? So what I'm going to do, hold on, let me bring y'all back to me. Y'all motherfuckers need science, no pseudo, okay? Now, people use the term pseudoscience and pseudo a lot. Are these pseudos? You know, at times people use it out of context and out of place, okay? Pseudo simply means false. Like when somebody say the Faux, F-A-U-X, false lot, or pseudo means false. So you can say false science. Pseudoscience was a term used by a lot of scientists. They were getting on people in the what are called spiritualists, who would use words like energy, which energy is a science word, a physics word, but a lot of spiritualists stole the word energy and misuse it and don't really know the real meaning of energy. And like there's four types of energies: kinetic energy, such and such and such. So spiritual use it wrong. So I forgot my damn point again. Oh, so if I'm saying pseudoscience, meaning spiritualists and people who are not scientifically literate like to use words that sound sciency, but it's not science. It's pseudoscience. It just sounds sciency. So people are easily duped and fooled with pseudoscience. It just means false science. Okay, so let me go ahead and get into this and share my screen. And what I'm going to do is play some videos that I've previously posted debunking several elders, several so-called master teachers, and I played their words and I narrated it and I corrected the information that they spew in order for you guys to actually see, yeah, they're lying. So I lined up about 5 people in 5 different videos. So when I play them, I might go do my thing, but you have to just kind of pay attention and you'll see what I'm saying. I don't call people liars and full of shit just to be planned to get attention. I'm fucking dead serious. Because I actually care about black folk and want us uplifted and would like us to be more intelligent and more science based. Okay? It is 2022 almost. And sometimes I'll say a very, very spiritual nation is usually a poor nation. When a country or a nation is more scientifically literate, they will step on, colonize, and enslave others who are weaker and may not be scientifically literate. Do you understand what I'm saying? In 2022, science and technology is king. If a people are not pushing science, STEM, science and technology, that people will lose and lag behind. Um, Hold on. We're gonna get into this. So, Chef Carter asked, so we don't have energy powering our bodies. How can I make this clear? Okay, for instance, um, hmm, how can I make it plain for that question? So we don't have energy power. Okay, so as human beings, we eat food, and the food gives the body energy to operate. So listen what I'm saying. Energy means, bottom line, the ability to do work. In science, energy means, in a general sense, the ability to do work. So when we eat food or we ingest calories, a calorie is a measurement, a unit of measurement of energy in a sense. So when we eat food, that's energy, that's calories that allows us to move about and work and do work. No food, no energy. No food, you die. You get what I'm saying? Okay, let me get back to sharing. So I'm going to start off. I lined up Dr. Sebi, some main ones. Dr. Sabi, Phil Valentine, Dr. Sabi and fake Dr. Layla Africa, both who have passed, rest in peace. They both passed because they were basically unhealthy health gurus who didn't live as long as my grandmama and grandpa, who both lived to 90 years old, eating spam and shit and anything they wanted to eat, while the health gurus died before them. Okay, so Dr. Sabi and Layla Africa, it's going to cover the health, and we're going to show and prove all their fucking lies. And people just say, okay, Sabi was just, no. Most 80% of the information that Sabi taught when he got on that stage was misinformation. We're going to go over this. We're going to show and prove. I have Dr. Phil Valentine, Anthony Browder, a current day elder. Who else? M. Fadishi and Dr. Ben. I'm going to show them actually lying to you out their mouth. Many, many, many times. I can't trust you if you're lying for no fucking reason. It's just, it makes no fucking sense. If I came here and told y'all that I was born in Alaska and I got a doctorate degree in Seattle and this and this and that, and y'all find out I didn't, you'd be like, that nigga Chief X is full of shit. But why y'all don't do that with the elders? Anyway, let's go. I'm starting off with Sebi. If y'all don't have the patience, you'll probably leave, but this video will be here the next day if you can't finish it. So let's go. Okay, let me play this first. This is how some of the elders made sure and influenced you to steal other people's history. Listen to Walter Williams, and he's going to tell you how and why.
This is what's happened to African Americans and why this Egyptomania going on. Because of the elders taught this. Listen.
In other words, the only way that we can find our way back to our greatness is that we, as African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the only entity in the whole entire world that will give us back our greatness. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to ancient Egypt.
Pause. He said ancient Egypt is the only thing that will give us back our greatness. But he's basically saying, fuck sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not proud of it. I have shame. We got to take something and steal some history that seems a little bit more sexier. Sub-Saharan Africa and the history of it and the slave trade isn't sexy. So let's go steal someone else's history and culture and claim it as us. That's what he basically said. But let's continue.
And in so doing, you will find our greatness, which is lying unclaimed in the continent of Africa. And the second thing that's blocking us.
That's what happened to y'all. That's what happened to us. Me too. Okay? But it was the fight for Egypt. It's why everyone African American who is in reality West Central African, not Egyptians. This is why we all have Kemetic names, ox everywhere, and West African names and West African symbolism. Is because the elders forced us and pushed us on ancient Egypt, which was not our culture or heritage. It just wasn't. So Egyptomania came from these kind of quotes and things, and everybody fighting for Egypt. Everybody fighting for anything that's around Israel and Egypt in that little location. And they're
Pause. Israel, Egypt. Israel, Egypt. Israel, Egypt. And neither one of them are us. We don't descend from either one of them. That's a whole different group of people. Sub-Saharan Africa and West Africa wasn't sexy enough. So y'all got mind fucked.
ignoring West Africa. Okay.
Now, let me move on. I just wanted to open up with that. Who would I say I'm going to start with first? I'll get with Layla Africa. I'll get with Phil a little later. Hold on. Hold on. Where is that video? Hold on, y'all. One second. One second. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Hold on. Got a cold, mucus.
Okay, so I'm starting with Sebi. Sebi's main claims were mucus issue. Mucus causes disease. Mucus is bad for you. So when you go to Sebi groups and all these vegan groups, you have all these people asking questions and talk about how do I remove mucus. So these Sebiites and cult members actually think, because of Dr. Sebi's misinformation, that they can change the way God made their body and take something that removes the mucus out their body. They feel that they can change the way mucus secretes by taking something. Not even knowing mucus is your best friend and needed. Mucus does not cause disease and is not the cause of disease. Mucus secretes once you become sick or get disease. It secretes so your body, so it can protect you and trap viruses and bacteria. His other teachings are about alkaline water and eating alkaline foods can cure cancer and make you healthy and all that. That's 100% bullshit. But let's just tackle the mucus issue right now and just get this fucking shit out the way. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
If you've got a cold, mucus is hard to miss. But what is it? And what does it do besides...
You know, you got to give niggas a little animation and make shit basic. Because they ain't going to read no deep medical science. So, hey, let me give y'all a little animation.
It's making you miserable. Your body produces more than a liter of mucus every day. And all the wet surfaces of your body that are not covered by skin, like your eyes, nose, mouth, lungs, and stomach, get a liberal coating. That's why they're known as mucous membranes. Mucus plays lots of roles in your body. It keeps delicate tissues from drying out and cracking, which would expose them to infection. It lubricates your eyes so you can blink. It protects your stomach lining from acid. It neutralizes threats by removing or trapping substances that could make you sick. And finally, it houses and keeps your body's trillions of bacterial inhabitants, your microbiota, under control. Mucus contains lots of different compounds, including proteins, fats, and salts. But a key component of mucus versatility is a set of proteins called mucins. Mucins are the primary large molecules in mucus and are essential for giving mucus its slippery feel. They belong to a class of proteins called glycoproteins, which are built out of both amino acids and sugars. In mucin, long chains of sugars are attached to specific amino acids in the protein backbone. The hydrophilic sugar chains help mucin dissolve in your body's watery fluids. Mucus, which is up to 90% water, stays hydrated thanks to these sugar chains. Some of these mucins can interact with other mucin molecules to create a complex network that establishes a barrier against pathogens and other invaders.
Pause. I love my mucus. That's what Dr. Sebi should have been teaching you. You can't change your motherfucking DNA by taking a goddamn herb, you stupid fucks. Your body secretes mucus, and that's what it's supposed to do. You're not going to change your body function by eating or drinking anything. Stop listening to idiots who said they never read a book.
That's why mucus is the body's first line of defense against foreign objects like bacteria and dust. It's continuously produced to clear them from the respiratory tract, like a slimy conveyor belt. This keeps bacteria from getting a solid purchase on delicate lung tissue, or making it to the bloodstream, where they could cause a major infection. Many of those harmful bacteria also cause diseases when they cluster into slimy growths called biofilms. But mucus contains mucins, antimicrobial peptides, antibodies, and even bacteria-hungry viruses called bacteriophages that all work together to prevent biofilms from forming. If microbes do become harmful and you get sick, the body ramps up mucus production to try to quickly flush out the offenders. And the
Bam! Did you hear that? When you get sick, your body produces more mucus so it can flush out the bacteria and viruses and germs and shit. Let's hear that again.
To try to quickly flush out the offenders, ramps up mucus production to try films from forming. If microbes do become harmful and you get sick, the body ramps up mucus production to try to quickly flush out the offenders, and the immune system floods your mucus with extra white blood cells.
There you go, Einstein. Now, what you can say is uncomfortable having mucus and when your nose is running and stuff and you're sick. But that's just the thing. Your body's trying to recover and repair itself and make you well again. So mucus is secreting and your nose is running to protect you, not harm you.
In fact, the greenish mucus often associated with infections gets its color from an enzyme produced by those white blood cells. This multi-pronged approach to bacterial management is one of the main reasons why we're not sick all the time. Even though mucus protects against the infectious bacteria, the vast majority of your body's bacterial tenants are not harmful, and many are actually beneficial. That's particularly true when they live in mucus, where they can perform important functions like synthesizing vitamins, suppressing harmful inflammation, and controlling the growth of more harmful species. So even though you probably associate mucus with being ill, it's really helping you stay healthy. Sure, it might seem gross.
Duh! This is why I got this shirt on today and said, no pseudo, you niggas need science. I'm the real conscious community. I'm bringing you awareness from this fuckery you've been fucking imbued with.
But can you think of any other substance that can lubricate, keep your body clean, fight infection, and domesticate a teeming bacterial population? Nope. Just mucus.
Bam. So when anyone is talking shit about mucus and talking about let's get rid of mucus, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sebi did not know what the hell he was talking about. He was an anti-science person. Jesus Christ. So I wanted to attack the mucus thing, but we're going to get into the alkaline thing and show another brief video. Well, we got a long way to go. I'm going to show all the goddamn lies. Because what would I always say? Because I'm sick of it. Some of this shit gonna be hilarious. So if you don't have time to stay up, I know I'm on the West Coast in Cali. Come back and watch this shit. Now, this dude made a video just totally exposing every goddamn concept Sebi taught. I mean, just totally destroyed it. And I shared this, but nobody else wanted to share it because they wanted to keep these lies going. They wanted you guys to have a black Jesus when there is no black Jesus. Ain't nobody healing the blind, the sick, healing lupus, a sickle cell. Nobody's doing that. Nobody got special magical herbs and other herbs or regular herbs. So he's about to destroy the entire Sebi teaching in 15 minutes. Let's go.
Hey everyone, I'm Black Lightning. Dr. Sebi is a quack. A quack is a person who dishonestly claims to have special knowledge and skill in some field, usually in medicine. I'm quite sure the name Dr. Sebi is a nickname because he's not a doctor. I'll just call him Sebi. I've heard about him for a while now, but I never got around to talk about him. Someone suggested that I talk about Sebi, so that was the catalyst to this video's upload. So this man says that mucus is the cause of diseases, but worst of all, he claims that he can cure all diseases, from AIDS to cancer. A man who don't even have a medical diploma. I don't have a PhD of any sort, but you don't see me making up such bold claims with little evidence to back it up. I'll also talk about that court case that people bring up as well. I'll start off with mucus.
Pause. I got the court case too. He lost the court case. I was on Pocket Watching with JT 2 months ago. I was his guest. He offered $10,000 for people to prove Sebi won his court case and cured AIDS. Today, nobody can get that $10,000. Hundreds of people tried. Sebi lied to y'all.
Mucus. Sebi claims that the cause of all diseases is mucus. He says that mucus is the result of our starch and blood consumption, but it can be cleared by fasting and eating biomineral alkaline-rich foods and herbs. No, he is wrong about mucus. Mucus is very important to your body. Without mucus, your body will experience increased health risks. So why do we have mucus? We produce mucus in our tissue line.
Just to add on to the mucus thing, if you didn't have mucus and mucus wasn't secreting, you couldn't take a shit because your asshole would rip open. You couldn't blink. You couldn't piss. Your pussy would be shut down. But you got these people online talking about how do we get rid of mucus. Fucking crazy.
Mucus is not created from consuming starch and blood. It's created naturally in our bodies. Where the heck did this guy get his information from? Did he produce any studies? I'm inclined to believe that this person had a runny nose from a cold one day and thought, my body is pushing this mucus out of it, so it must be bad. It has to have been something simple and silly as that. To be fair, it's okay to form a hypothesis such as that. But the next step is to test the hypothesis, not turn it into fact without doing an experiment. That's not scientific. So, mucus is produced in the nose, mouth, sinuses, lungs, throat, and gastrointestinal tract. Mucus serves as a protective blanket over these surfaces to prevent the tissues underneath the mucus from drying out. The mucus can also trap unwanted substances such as bad bacteria and dust before they can get into your body. But if bad bacteria and viruses get into your body, your mucus can help your body get rid of them by trapping them. Not only does your body produce mucus naturally, it also protects the tissue in your body and your body itself. You need mucus. I'll include an article in my description box if you want to read more about mucus. Saying that mucus is the cause of all diseases is a very dangerous and misguided mindset to have. You cannot find a single legitimate scientific source to back that up. You're only going to hear it from quacks like Sabi. So, what is the cause of all illness? There's a plethora of complex causes for these diseases, and to say it's all caused by mucus is oversimplifying the causes. I can't go over every illness, but I'll talk about cancer at least and what it is. In order to do so, I'll have to give everyone a quick biology lesson, particularly in cell division to explain cancer. Every cell in our body divides asexually, meaning they create a clone of themselves. This is called mitosis. This is why new skin cells look exactly like the old skin cells, which is a good thing. If they reproduce sexually, that's what causes mutations. There's also meiosis, and this cell division process specializes in reproductive cells. Meiosis is sexual reproduction, but I'm only going to focus on mitosis. So, mitosis in our bodies is a very tightly regulated process.
Hey, hit the damn like button. I should say hit the like button or the damn dislike button. I wouldn't give a damn. All of it do the same thing. Now, as you see, they only have a like button. You can't even dislike nothing no more.
We don't want a cell dividing whenever it feels like it. A cell spends most of its life in interphase and only spend a small fraction of its life dividing. After interphase comes prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. IPMAT is how I remember them. Before phases that come after.
I paused it. Just real quick. See, this is why people like entertainers and people just running out the mouth saying shit. Because science is a little more complicated. It takes a little more attention and reading. You know what I mean? So people just say, "Oh, fuck that shit. I'm not an intellectual." You're just not an intellectual. You understand me? It's like people choose astrology to learn about, which is pseudoscience, over astronomy, which is science. Because astrology is easier. It makes you feel good. But astronomy, oh no, that's too complicated and I have to read and learn. This is what it's all about. Niggas choose what's easy and be wrong.
Interphase is the division process. The chromosomes that each cell have is copied and the daughter cells have the same chromosomes as the parent cell. This is why the two cells are identical, because they share the same number and type of chromosomes. Meiosis goes through the same process, but it's a bit different. The daughter cells are not identical to each other. If someone wants a more detailed video on cell division, let me know. So the cell division process in our bodies is a very tightly regulated process. Your cells know when to stop growing, so you have the right number of each type of cell you need. Most of the time, when an error occurs, that cell is destroyed. Unfortunately, when a certain mutation occurs, not every cell with an error gets destroyed. So a cell starts dividing constantly and rapidly without showing any signs of stopping. It managed to bypass the self-regulating process, and the cells that are dividing constantly are seen as normal by the body. Many variables can cause this mutation to happen in your cells: smoking, radiation, viruses, carcinogens, obesity, hormones, chronic inflammation, and a lack of exercise. This mutation in your cells is cancer. and it has nothing to do with mucus. As of now, there is no cure to cancer. If the cancerous cells happen to become metastatic, they can be removed. Many kinds of skin cancer can be removed. However, if the cancerous cells have become metastatic, they've entered the bloodstream and they will spread throughout your body. Removing the cancerous cells is simply removing them. It's not a cure. So mucus is not the cause of all diseases. So are Sebi's claims of curing people legitimate? He said he's been curing AIDS since 1987. You'd expect people with AIDS to go down since then, right? No, as of now, about 1.1 million people have HIV. If this man has the cure, the rate should be declining fast, but they're not. This man is lying, and people are using other people's criticisms of him to suggest it's because people are silencing the truth. No, it's because we're not falling for his lies. You might be wondering, what does he suggest, or how does he quote unquote cure people? He tells people to fast, eat alkaline rich foods, and detox products. I talked about detox and fasting already, so I'll post a link to that video at the end of this video.
Okay, so since he's not going to talk about detoxing and fast, just real quick, detox products are a scam. There's no such thing as detoxing your body unless you're in a medical setting and you got poison from a snake bite or some poison ivy. Then in a medical setting, they detox you from that poison. What y'all are doing and thinking you're detoxing yourself, which you're not, because your liver and your kidneys is your natural detox system and filter system. It takes care of everything on its own. There's nothing you can do to assist it or help it. It's nothing you can do to eat or drink to make your body detox and do something. Your body is set and it does that on its own. What y'all think are detoxes, it's a scam product to take your money. It's only a herbal laxative that helps you run if you're constipated or something. So when you take a detox pill or a capsule, I know I used to sell it. I stopped selling it because I didn't believe in it no more. So if you take a capsule thinking you're cleansing, you're taking a laxative. There are herbs inside those capsules that are a laxative. It has nothing at all to do with detoxing. Anything, any detox product you read is a goddamn lie and scam. Just like anything that says alkaline is a scam product.
But I'll talk about alkaline diets. Simply put, alkaline diets don't offer any additional benefits. Your blood maintains a pH level between 7.35 and 7.45, and it doesn't need help to do so in most cases. It has to stay in that range. If it were to leave that range, you will die. Here's the reason why people suggest alkaline diets. In an alkaline environment, cancer cells die. So using that bit of knowledge, you should be able to get rid of cancer, right? Yes, but you also kill off your good cells in the process. People need to realize that these cancer cells are copies of your cells. If these copies can't survive, neither can the non-cancerous cells. Also, you can't change the pH level in your stomach, and it will be terrible if you did so. Your stomach needs to be acidic to break down food. It will be very devastating if your stomach isn't able to break down food and convert it into usable energy.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If you think you're drinking something or eating something alkaline, soon as you swallow it, and it hits your tonsil and start going down, that shit turns immediately acidic because you need the acid to break down food, Einstein. So eating alkaline foods and drinking alkaline water does absolutely nothing. It's a scam product. I used to be a Kangen water salesman, I know. I was selling Kangen alkaline water before you niggas even heard of alkalinity shit. And I realized it was a scam then and an MLM service business.
The only thing you could change the pH level of is your urine, and that's pretty much it. Your blood isn't affected by it at all. The alkaline diet is actually healthy for you, but it doesn't do the things people claim it does. You're eating lots of fruits and vegetables, and restricting processed junk foods. And yes, I know in the language of botany, vegetables don't exist.
Now, pause real quick though. People keep thinking they eating fruits and vegetables, eating alcohol. I found out that a lot of the majority of fruits are fucking acidic anyway. Yeah.
Tomatoes, peppers, and squash are actually fruits, carrots and beets are roots, and onion and garlic are bulbs. Fun fact, but I digress. You don't need to buy any additional product. Also, this is just eating healthy since it doesn't change the pH value in your body or prevents cancer. Calling it the alkaline diet is unnecessary.
Right, like you know, babies catch cancer and they haven't even been living long. So this shit they talking about you telling you cause bullshit. Babies can have leukemia and shit. You see bald head babies and how the leukemia is cancer. Shit.
What about alkaline water? It has a pH scale between 7 and 9.5, and the regular water is right in the middle, 7. There's no peer-reviewed studies that suggest alkaline water can help your body fight against cancer. Sure, alkaline water can help you if you have acid reflux, but that's about it as of now. So if you're healthy, you can drink bottled water or filtered tap water and won't miss out on anything. Just stay hydrated. People seem to have this odd fascination with the word natural. If it's natural, it's good for you. Eating all natural food can cure all diseases. People are blowing this out of proportion, and companies are jumping on the bandwagon to include all natural on their products. Here's why this is flawed. There are poisons that are natural, but they aren't good for you. What's stopping you from eating fungus off the ground? It's natural, right? But it isn't good for you, and modern medicine, which is called unnatural, is good for you. We're living longer because of so-called unnatural remedies. This is where appealing to nature breaks down.
Did y'all hear that? We're living longer because of unnatural remedies. If your dick start burning when you piss because you have an STD, you're not going to an herbalist. You're running to the doctor to get what? That shot in your ass, unnatural medicine. And that is going to take care of your burning dick.
Whether something is good for you or not should be verified individually, not based on whether it's natural or unnatural. By the way, everything in this observable universe is natural. That goes for anything humans created or influenced. I know people are going to bring up the court case, so I'll address that now. In the 1980s, when HIV became an epidemic, he sold products claiming that they can cure or prevent you from contracting HIV. Sebi was arrested February 10, 1987, because he placed ads claiming that he has a cure for AIDS, which was a medical claim. The court case was not about whether or not Sebi could cure people, it was about whether or not he was practicing medicine without a license. He was found not guilty because he never went beyond just suggesting diets and selling herbs. He was simply a herbalist, and you don't need to be a doctor to be a herbalist. Since he never practiced medicine, he was found not guilty. Him winning the court case shouldn't be used to confirm that he has cured people, despite the people he brought with him.
By the way, people use he didn't go because he wasn't a doctor saying that he can cure AIDS, basically in general. But they put stipulations on him, sanctions on him. They made him pay restitution to unhappy customers, and there was a lot of unhappy customers. If you didn't know, back in that day. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with y'all today. He couldn't advertise that and say he cured this or that. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. He had to pay restitution. He had to change all his labels. He had to put an ad in the paper retracting shit. He had to do all kind of shit. That's a loss. Okay, and that's why he hopped up and moved his ass to Honduras, because he can say and do anything he want over there.
To support him, court cases are not about proving scientific claims. They are about settling legal disputes. Once again, Sebi was found not guilty because he never practiced medicine. He just sold herbs and products and suggested diet plans. To summarize my video, Sebi relies on pseudoscience to sell his products. Those who already accept a conspiracy theorist premise that the government is suppressing cures to keep people sick and have this absurd perspective that there's natural cures to everything because nature beats modern medicine will see their self-supporting Sebi in no time. Bold claims require evidence to support them, not anecdotal evidence, empirical evidence. People can say they've been cured, but if it hasn't been proven to be the case scientifically, it just hasn't been proven to work. I'm quite sure his target demographic are African Americans, so I assume that the majority of people buying his products are African Americans. Anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. African Americans still have the highest rates of HIV in America. If he can cure HIV, the rates should have decreased significantly, but that's not the case. His products, herbs, and the alkaline diet that he suggests have not been proven to cure the diseases he claims to have cured. It is very sickening that Sebi is doing this. He is profiting off of people's ignorance and giving them false hope.
Say that again, man. They don't care. Say it again. Hold on.
Doing this. He is profiting off of people's ignorance and giving them false hope. I feel terrible for the people who are ill looking up to this man, thinking that Sebi can cure them. I despise people like Sebi who can take advantage of people and get away with it. He has a big following and I know I'm outnumbered here. I expect the dislikes to tower over the likes if his supporters watch my video, but I won't let that discourage me. The evidence is on my side, whether...
Yeah, I don't give a fuck either. I'm gonna tell the truth. I know the majority hate it, but who gives a fuck?
or not a few people agree with me. I don't see anyone speaking up against him, at least on YouTube. You can find articles online against him, but not in video format. Quacks like Sebi are going to find their targets. I don't have first-hand experience, but I'm quite sure it's a bummer to be diagnosed with diseases that don't have cures yet. It will make you want to try anything to cure yourself, but Sebi is not the answer. Modern medicine has been progressing and showing promising results. I believe the cure to cancer and HIV will be available to us in our lifetime. Heck, AIDS is no longer an instant death sentence. The big problems that people who disagree with Sebi have to face is the fact that he's an African American and many people like conspiracy theories. Anyone who criticizes him and they are not African American will be seen as racists. And anyone who is African American and they criticize him will be seen as sellouts or coons. Of course, the conspiracy...
Pause. When me and Pocket watched it with JT, and I was his guest a couple months ago, and we did a show on Sebi. Oh my God, they was calling us sellouts, coons, and all kind of shit, just because we wanted black folk to have correct information.
Theories that people against Sebi are merely trying to silence the truth are an added layer on it. Having a meaningful discourse with someone with that mindset is going to be difficult. Like I said in my detox video, just eat healthy food with little processing and exercise if you want to be healthy. There are no gimmicks or shortcuts.
Like I say, all you need to worry about is getting proper nutrition and workout. Period. Your body will handle the rest. And mainly everything is genetic. Genetics going to determine how long you live, really. Now, if you eat healthy and work out, you may get an extra 3-4 years. But in general, your genetics going to determine that.
To be healthy. If you think there's a cure to everything, but the government, Illuminati, or whatever shadow government name people come up with these days are withholding the cure to keep people sick, then that is not logically sound. A government needs civilians to keep their country running. The top 1% cannot run a whole country by themselves. They need us. If you think doctors are keeping...
Yeah, Soda, I don't know. It's like if you rewind this, Soda, I see Soda made a comment. The European would be considered spiritual based on their belief in Christianity, but yet they were still conquerors, right? So, like at the beginning, I said, what did I say? Science and technology. Science and technology makes a nation grow and progress. So the Europeans was on that science and technology, and that's why they were able to conquer others. You know what I mean? You know, in Asia, the gunpowder and shit. You know, so we should have been trading and doing business with Asia, and building ships and getting gunpowder and all kind of shit.
You sick to make money off of you, sue them. You're probably not going to find any evidence for that because that's not happening as often as conspiracy theorists make it out to be. There are corrupt doctors, and you can't sue them for harming you. Get them locked up in prison so they can't harm anyone else. Also, people get sick a lot. Why withhold cures when they can make a lot of money by selling them? Are you forgetting we're in a capitalist society? People are just allowing Hollywood to shape their worldview. Learn to separate fantasy from reality. So Sabi is a quack, and what he's doing is appalling. Anyways, thanks for watching and take care.
Okay, we're done with Sebi. If anybody watched this and actually listened and used their fucking brain, we've settled it. He's a charlatan and a habitual liar. Y'all elders. Because why? You guys refused and hated on the professional. Niggas was putting Sebi all on their YouTube instead of an actual nutritionist who studied the field literally for years in college. You guys disrespect people who put in hours and hours of study, writing, time, no money, and broke because they're going to school and studying and trying to improve the quality of life for humans. And you guys shit on them and you prop up entertainers. Just like Afrocentric, you guys prop up entertainers over credentialed people because they said, let's remove the credentialed people out the way, remove the professionals, and us charlatans and liars and revised history teachers, we got you. We're going to get all the money off the conscious community. Fuck them professionals. And that's why you never seen a nutritionist on Sonetters TV. You never see professionals on Sonetter TV. You niggas is in a cult. Now, we're done with Dr. Sebi. Let's get to Layla Africa while we're on health and wellness. And then we're going to get to the history liars. But we're going to get this one more health and wellness liar out the way. Where is he at? Right here. Dr. Layla Africa. I made this video in 2018. I've been ahead of the curve. In videos like this is why niggas hate Chief X. Because Chief X been 3 years ahead of y'all. Now, today, people are on Sebi shit and saying Dr. Layla because Chief X put it out there first. It was letting you guys know, be careful who you believe and listen to. They're trying to take your money. People didn't even know Dr. Layla Africa was still using crack before he died. I'm sorry. These guys were charlatans trying to take your money and lying to you for financial gain. All of them. So I narrated him in his lies and just listen. Now the audio is not the clearest on this because I did this video back before I knew StreamYard and knew how to do the other things with OBS and shit. So the video is not the greatest. I was just holding my cell phone up to a monitor. I was trying to warn y'all in 2018.
Chief X with the common sense science. Today we're talking about Dr. Layla Africa, who I tell people all the time spews a lot of misinformation and miseducates the conscious. I'm just
showing you when Chief X is like, if somebody tries to expose me or say I said something, I always tell people, tell them to play my words. They won't do that. They'll just, manipulate my words and act like, no, tell them to play my words like I play everybody's words I expose. Here we go.
So-called conscious community. A lot of people are not conscious like they think. It's a cute phrase of speech to them. But we're talking about Dr. Layla Africa. We're exposing a lot of misinformation and lies. And I've been doing these videos narrating because if I don't, people don't get it. So I have to actually show them talking point by point and clear up the misinformation. If you listen to him on your own, it's going to go over your head and you just think he's talking right. These are people who are held in high esteem in the so-called conscious community. The so-called conscious community is supposed to be a step above what's considered not the conscious community, or just your average, traditional, everyday Joe Blow. But it seems like the average, everyday Joe Blow is into science and knows a little better. The average, everyday Joe Blow doesn't fall for unscientific things like the conscious community does. But let's just go ahead and let's just start it off. And he just starts off lying. These guys are liars. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I gotta be raw and real right now. Shoot now and ask questions later.
And today we have a very special guest, a brother I've known for probably 40 years.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to tell you a little bit about him. His name is Brother LIARS Africa.
He got that look on his face. I hope you don't ask me anything too deep. Let me get ready. Let me get these lies ready for y'all so I can get y'all money.
Do you pronounce that Africa or
as LIARS Africa?
LIARS Africa.
Yeah.
Been in the health profession for over 40 years.
Okay, I'll go with that. Health profession. Okay.
His background includes working as a social worker, psychotherapist.
Whoa! And he didn't even stop the man and let him know he's not a psychotherapist. Whoa! This is that Dr. Umar charlatan stuff. Like Dr. Umar is a PhD because he completed his educational requirements, but he's not a psychologist because he never got his license to practice psychology. He just agreed with and didn't stop the man. The man said, "You're a psychotherapist." I'm sure Layla Africa told him to say that or wrote down his qualifications. He's just reading them. A psychotherapist is someone with a PhD, like a psychologist or a psychiatrist. It's a difference. Psychiatrists are MDs, medical doctors, and they prescribe medicine. Psychologists don't prescribe medicine, and they're not MDs, but they are a PhD. Psychologist, PhD. Psychiatrist, MD. He is neither one. He doesn't even have a bachelor's degree.
Group facilitator, community organizer, a nurse. You were a nurse
In the military, yeah.
Whoa! Another lie. In the military, they're called corpsmen. A corpsman is an enlisted guy who doesn't have a bachelor's degree. If you have a bachelor's degree and you go into the military, you're considered an officer. So to be a nurse, like he lied and said, you have to have a bachelor's degree, a BSN. And then you can become a nurse in the military and you will be an officer, not a regular enlisted man. Lies. 2 lies off the rip.
Okay. And a naturopath. Dr. Africa has a doctorate in naturopathic.
Now, to become a naturopathic doctor, we went over this shit with Inky and stuff. You first have to have at least a bachelor's, but most of them have a master's degree. He don't have any one of them. Dr. Phil Valentine, Africa, all these people talk about their naturopathic doctors are liars. They're not. Tell them to show you their credentials. Tell any of these health gurus from Phil Valentine, Layla Africa, rest in peace now. Queen Afua, tell her to show you her credentials that she's a naturopathic doctor. They can't do it. They're all lying.
Medicine and
Now, you can say somebody has a doctor in naturopathic medicine, but just for the general public, because the general public is not that intelligent, he's not a doctor. In the sense of a real doctor. He doesn't have a bachelor's degree. But they like to take these titles and feel like they're just better than and that they're just all educated. These are all false titles.
is certified. He is a certified addictionologist. He's a certified acupuncturist.
Now, he said certified. I paused it. Certified. What did he say? Let me just say the word.
False titles.
Wait a minute.
Is certified. He is a certified addictionologist.
Addictionologist. These cats just make up anything. Addictionologist. Like, because he was addicted to drugs. Like when I said, people don't even know before he passed away, rest in peace, that he still had a crack problem. Nobody, man, y'all, I'm telling you. Let's go.
He's a certified acupuncturist and massage therapist.
He don't have no acupuncture credential or massage therapist credentials. They just claim them.
And a licensed traditional healer in Ghana, Togo, and Benin. Welcome, brother.
A healer. Healing what? He's another Sabi.
Thank you for inviting me, Brother Clemson Brown. Appreciate it.
Now, mind you, the interviewer is kind of slow himself. He doesn't have a lot of information and knowledge. Both these guys are slow. That's why I'm like ashamed for these people prop up to be like so-called popular people or people of importance in the conscious community who's supposed to have a wealth of knowledge, these fake ass health gurus who lied to you about health and got a lot of misinformation. It's really elementary shit. And I'm ashamed that the people look up to these people and will actually consider giving them lifetime achievement awards like they're just really special. And like they just really been kicking some knowledge.
Yeah, like I paused it again, but why not just have a fucking nutritionist and interview that person? They don't want no credentialed people in your face, or they can't make no money.
They're quacks.
Now, for some reason, we always talk about melanin, and for some reason, I got maybe 10, 20,000 tapes here, and I'm always misplacing them. And I would like to be up to date anyway. So let's start out.
Yeah, so real quick. See, Dr. Layla Africa, what's the other guy name? Booker T, Kwame, what's his name? Kaba Kwamini, however you pronounce it. He also used to go by Booker T. Both of these cats teach that melanin gives you superpowers. I'm telling you.
Talking about melanin. Why?
He knows nothing about melanin. Everything he says about melanin is totally wrong.
Is melanin What is melanin and why is it so important to the human family?
Now, why wouldn't they have a real doctor teaching us about melanin? I have a video on my page. It's called The Biology of Skin Color by a professional. Deep as fuck. But y'all want this watered down lies, so here y'all go.
And in particular to Black people as we move forward to liberate ourselves in the 20th century.
Melanin does not give you superpowers at all.
Pause. And like when they use words like liberate us. Like what the fuck is you talking about? Y'all are still today, y'all claim to be slaves. When you say let's get liberated, let's get free, you're basically saying, you're saying I'm a slave and I'm not free. I'm free as fuck. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm free just like if I had a white neighbor, a Mexican neighbor, an Indian neighbor, an Arab neighbor. They're no better than me. They're no freer than me. We can do the same thing. They can leave the country. I can leave the country. I got a passport. I can buy whatever I want. I bought 2 homes before and lost 2 homes. If I want to start a fucking toilet paper company, I can start a toilet paper company. I'm free. You niggas is free. It's 2022. You don't need to get liberated. They're holding you back. They're telling you you're slaves.
Melanin is a chemical, a biochemical, meaning it's a living thing. And it's
Wrong.
how we classify the races by how much melanin they make inside their body, not the melanin on your skin. It's how
Who classifies races like that? That's a lie and horrible, horrible information. Are you kidding me?
much you make inside your body. And we make the most melanin. Melanin is in your muscles, it's in your bones, it's in your nervous system and your digestive system. And
inside people's body, melanin doesn't differ with the races. Everyone has melanin inside, the name of the thing, not just Black people. Why doesn't he say that?
it's the brain cell of cells in your body. It's the brain of all the cells in your body.
Lies.
And it keeps
It's not. It's not. Melanin is a dark skin pigmentation. It's your melanocytes, which are cells that give it that dark pigmentation. Oh my God.
them all synchronized. It's like synchronizing the watch or something. It keeps everything coordinated. The kidneys, the lungs, the liver, everything has a cycle, and melanin keeps those cycles in order.
Wrong.
The more melanin you have, the more intelligent you are.
Wrong.
The more melanin you have, the more psychic you are.
Wrong.
You have, the more human you are.
Wrong.
How we clap.
How are you? How can you be more human? Either you're human or you're not human. What the fuck do you guys prop up these guys for?
Yeah, so real quick. So that ideology, when he says shit like that, like Sarah Sutton said he says shit like that, they say white people ain't humans. It's just some racist bullshit. It's reverse racism. He's an Afrocentric. Afrocentricity came around to combat Eurocentricity because Europeans was practicing scientific racism in the 1800s, in the early 1900s. So Afrocentricity came about to combat that. But guess what? They're both racist ideologies. Afrocentrism and Eurocentrism are both racist ideologies. Here's the kicker. White folk been stopped that Eurocentricity shit. White folk don't do that and teach that shit no more. Only niggas do. Ain't no German and people in certain places claim to be no ancient Egyptians today. They'll tell you they weren't black or white. They was a Mediterranean people. Only Afrocentrics is still lying.
It's embarrassing.
Classify human beings by how much melanin they have. And Black people are classified the highest on the scale of human beings. We are number 6 and the Europeans are number 1. They have the least amount. we have the most amounts. That makes us more in tune with nature, in tune with God, if you were. And
Sounds good, but total bullshit. Total bullshit.
it's very important. So the way a drug works is by destroying melanin, speeding it up, or slowing it down. A drug that does not work on melanin is not a drug at all.
What drugs work on melanin? What is he talking about? List these things. Where's these sources? People will believe this crap.
That's the way drugs are made. And nonetheless, because of the melanin, that makes Black people rather unique. We're more creative.
Everyone has melanin.
We're more creative, but we couldn't build ships to motherfucking cross the goddamn waterway, large body oceans. Like I'm telling you, Afrocentrics has always been in a morality competition. You don't have to be. There are many third world countries, many undeveloped nations, and it's okay. You go to Southeast Asia, you go to Australia, around them islands, Pacific. It's a lot of people who are undeveloped depending on their geographical area, and it's all fucking okay.
Some just less in the skin. Melanin all through Thailand, Philippines. Everybody got melanin. You're not that special because you have a little more darker melanin on your skin.
We're more scientific. We're more human. And
how can you be more human? Either you're human or you're not. Does that mean Prince is less human than me or any other dark person?
So basically what he said is, since I'm darker than Sarah Sutton-Seti or the music artist Prince, that means I'm more human than them two other Black men. Shit, fucking psychobabble.
It doesn't even make sense what he's talking about.
drugs destroy it, basically. Be the drug crack, cocaine, or oil drugs called nicotine, or cannabinol, marijuana. Those are drugs. We just don't.
And he lumps in marijuana with crack cocaine and heroin. I mean, if you, let me just keep going.
Don't know what drugs are because we've been miseducated, as Carter G. Woodson said.
Yeah, you're miseducating us. You shouldn't even have a mic in your face.
Totally miseducated in science, biology, chemistry, social science, history. We are miseducated, and that's very unfortunate.
He's not into biology, chemistry, and none of that shit. He's anti-science.
So we don't really know that much about ourselves or the world. So to study melanin,
speak for yourself.
Study yourself and the world and how it works defines everything. If a planet moves, the melanin crystal moves at the same time.
Oh, shit. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Either you're on a seriously low intellectual level or you got mental health issues. People.
You know, define this to study melanin, to study the world. Can you get a little more specific?
Essentially, your body is reflected in everything you do. The wheel comes from your body. All instruments come from your body, aside from the camera coming from your eyes, and speakers coming from your ears, and nuclear reactors coming from your liver. If you want a machine, you gotta look at the human body. It is scientifically put together. You want to build a boat, look at how they put the ribs together, and then you can build a boat.
Oh my God.
Everything comes from the human body. Everything. No machine on the planet Earth is not made from the human body.
It's just this now is psychobabble. It's just psychobabble.
But we just don't see the human body when we look at a house or a church. Because you sit in the church and the center is called the naves, where you get the word navy from, where you get the word navel from. The church is built like the human body. If you don't understand yourself, you don't understand nature. We were in tune with nature, so a tree grows from the roots. Goes from the roots and then grows up. So we write from the bottom up. Makes sense to Black people. Sun rises in the east, so we go from the right, start from the right. And
what do people mean by we were in tune with nature? As if everybody else on the planet was out of tune with nature.
Go to the west. You follow what I'm saying? The sun sets.
Yes.
So we write that way. That's why we go left to right. That's why we start on the page from the bottom up. We say, hey, that's the way the body grows. That's the way I'm going to write. Just made sense to us.
Ask him who taught them writing and literacy. That's another topic.
When it comes to melanin and the hair as an antenna, where I'm trying to go with this is that melanin enables us to pick up frequencies on so many different levels, like you have.
Bullshit. I'll pay somebody $100 if they prove that.
AM channel, you got an FM channel, but you can pick up frequencies on the FM that you can't pick up on the AM. So looking at nature and how animals are able to sense the hurricane is coming and they disappear.
Look at it right now, Dr. Excuse me, not doctor. Fake Dr. Layla Africa is thinking, what lie I'm gonna create from this question? Let me see how I can ad lib and just make up something. That's what he's thinking right now. I hope you don't ask me anything too deep. That's what he's saying.
And right after the hurricane, they all come back out, and you wonder where they went. But we have.
When have niggas ever been able to predict the damn hurricane unless you got a satellite in the sky that NASA put there to track hurricanes? Niggas didn't got flooded out and died, didn't know shit was coming. They had to be warned of an incoming hurricane and be told to evacuate. Stop playing.
Are very similar abilities, so I wanted you to talk about that.
You're talking about how we're synchronized with nature, essentially. And it's just that we have lost a lot of those abilities. And that's probably what people don't get.
Niggas, that's all niggas' excuse. It's always excuse. We've lost those capabilities. Your human body don't just lose capabilities. It's your human body does the same thing that it did 10,000 years ago. It even better. You know, capabilities.
Because when you move from the country to the city, you're going to lose the ability to understand at least 3,000 sounds. Somebody from the country can say, that's the sound of a deer, that's the sound of a raccoon, that's the sound of a leaf when the water strikes, that's the sound. They have more sound intelligence.
It don't make no goddamn sense.
Color intelligence. So somebody from the country put purple with yellow. You say they dress like they're from the country because they saw flowers growing like that. You say, so we were more in tune with that, but we lost our color intelligence, smell intelligence, touch intelligence when we moved in the city.
Oh.
You see, we were just brought in because we were processing.
Okay, well, maybe we picked up some other intelligence because we moved. We didn't just move to a city. First of all, we didn't just move to a city. Lands and things were developed and built. You know what I mean? People start making roads. Every country, every land, they start making roads. They cut down trees. They make freeways. Every fucking country, every land does that. What is he talking about?
That's just products. I mean, that's all we were trained to do, process products, whether it was in the coal mines or whether it was with automobile companies. That's all. So the other skills they didn't need, so they don't need that stuff. But so we lost our attunement, our relationship of everything.
So basically what he just said, we was working at white folks' car manufacturing plants and we lost all this. But white folk didn't lose it. They the one and hired your ass at the car manufacturer. I'm like, it's just total psychobabble. He's not making sense because he's trying to think of a lie and he's trying to think of something to sound smart, but it's just not coming out right. So this is the same thing that happened when I had a debate with Brother Polite about iron and protein. It was just a bunch of psychobabble, and you bunch of you ignorant niggas couldn't see through it. It just sounded good to you. And I was doing a presentation. It was 3 rounds to present. I presented every 3 times, and Polite never presented on his 3 times. And people still said he won. This is how far gone people's minds is.
Every disease has a smell. That's just simple. Every disease has a smell.
Oh my God. Okay.
People with diabetes, their urine will smell sweet. They have a smell. Every disease has a smell. Cancer has a smell.
Can humans smell it? Were they ever able to smell cancer? Now I know about dogs, but I've never known no human to have that kind of smell. Why does he just make up these stories? Who told him that? Where did he get it from? I'll pay you $100 if you show me. I guarantee you can't. It's a bold lie.
You know what? I'm going to stop right here on him. We're done with Layla Africa. Unless y'all just want to hear a bunch of more psychobabble, Layla Africa is out of here. Dr. Sebi is out of here. Throw it away. Don't bring up their names and say they was teaching anything good or helping in any kind of way. They made black folk look bad on the world stage. Period. Them niggas make black folk look stupid and bad on the world stage, and they dumbed you down. You niggas celebrate nutcases. Your heroes is not my heroes. I keep telling you that. My heroes is my elders is my granddaddy and my daddy. In real life. Y'all on some cyber fantasy shit. Some cyber fantasy elder shit. God damn. We killing this conscious community. This shit is being remodeled, god damn it. Single-handedly. I'm done with Layla because this video is 42 minutes long of psychobabble. We proved him to be a nutcase. Don't take no health information from Dr. Layla Africa or Dr. Sebi or any of his students today. Let's move on from this fucking quack. Let's get to this crazy liar called Elder Infodici. Y'all say he's a master teacher. God damn. Not just a teacher. You niggas call him a master teacher. Let's see these master lies. Let's go.
What up, fam? Chief X, the God best reincarnated with this common sense science. Check this out. I titled this, "Is Infiduci Telling the Truth?"
So a lot of these exposed videos people haven't seen. I've been warning y'all and trying to educate y'all and get y'all up on shit for years. That's why they hate Chief X. Chief X wants y'all to have professionals and credentialed people in your face teaching you. Is that wrong for me to want? It's right.
About his history or claims. Is Infiduci's claims true? Now, this is a video from our brother Infiduci explaining his history from his own mouth. So people won't think I'm making something up, okay? And my favorite sport is combat sports. I wrestled high school, did a little boxing when I was a youth. So I've been a combat sports fan forever. I know about the martial arts and titles, where they originate from. So I found what...
D. Calico, I just read your comment. And that's why I tell you got to really listen. I was just saying, yeah, dogs can sniff out some shit. Their smell is like 100 times. There is no human can sniff out no cancer. So it's no truth to humans sniffing out diseases.
As Infodici was saying to be false, personally. Okay? Now, he may need to answer to this. I'm not sure. That's on y'all. But I just wanted to get some clarity, and if he can answer some questions for us in a video one day.
So I called Infodici out. I called Tony Browder out. I challenged Tony Browder to a discussion and to prove some shit, and these niggas won't respond or answer. They're all scared to death of me. Sarah soon said he shakes in his boots about me. He was scared to death of Chief X. I won't even get into that, but the niggas know better. Tariq Nasheed scared to death of me. I didn't clown Tariq Nasheed. My videos had 14,000 views, 10,000 views talking about Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed will come at anybody's head who comes for him. Anybody. He's my Facebook friend. He sees all my videos. He is scared to death to mention my name. Because if he does, he know people will go to my channel or the video I made about him and watch it. And that shit is too devastating for him. The way I came at Tariq on 3 different videos is devastating for him. So he do not want nobody to see them videos. So he will not mention my name. I will clown all these niggas and they won't mention my goddamn name.
Okay. Also, he made the claim of having 2 doctorate degrees and 3 master degrees. I found no proof of that anywhere I searched. Okay? He made these claims. Let's go.
To talk to you about your connection to the martial arts. Now, I know that it's hard to compartmentalize the work that you've done, because it's been wide-ranging. But definitely, you are one of the world's foremost masters of African martial arts. So we need to talk to you about that. We can't have you on the show and not have that.
Now, let me pause this. First of all, you guys need to know that there's no such thing as African martial arts. Listen to me again. There's no such thing as African martial arts. Even when Ashwa Kwesi say Mantu arts, there's no such thing as Mantu arts. Every combat style, every fighting style is a martial arts. You have to name the martial arts. What they practice in Morocco may not be what they practice in another land. All martial arts have a name, like jiu-jitsu, boxing, wrestling. It's just not one art for no entire continent. So when you guys hear the words Mantu arts and martial arts, and you're not a combat sports historian, he can easily fool you. Ashra Kwesi can easily fool you. Talking about Mantu arts. Every nation, every people has a fighting style because everybody grew up as a kid playing and wrestling and fighting with their homies and friends.
Well, I've been a 6 times national, international champion.
That's right.
You know, so I've traveled all around the world, to China, Asia.
Stop it. Now, he just told us he was a 6-time national and international champion. In Kung Fu, he's referring to. I found no proof of him being a 1-time national champ. If you're a national champ in a martial arts, it's going to be documented, trust me. Any national champ in wrestling, boxing, karate, kung fu, jiu-jitsu is documented meticulously. Not only did I not find him being a national champ once, I haven't found him being a national champ 6 times, as he's claimed. Why do people make these claims? Why would someone do that and tell us that? And they didn't, and that wasn't an accomplishment of theirs. I don't know. I don't have the answers to it, but it seems deceitful to me. Let's go.
You know, I even won a grand championship in Puerto Rico. Okay. So, I started out in Bondo, Burmese boxing. And that is very spiritual. They go to the drums, they get entranced, they do all those, and they don't try to hide that this comes from Africa.
Wow.
Oh my God. Now, hold on. God damn. This nigga said he practiced Bondo and it was spiritual. He don't even know what the fuck that is. Hold on. Let me just show this real quick. Because I had to correct myself on that video, so I made a part 2 right here. Just so you know what Bondo is. Hold on.
At best reincarnated. So things.
Wait a minute.
So I didn't catch it because he said he started off in Bando, Burmese boxing. So I didn't catch it, but Bando and Burmese boxing is 2 different things, big time, right? So that means he didn't even know, right? So watch, wait, just listen first.
We can talk to you about that. We can't have you on the show and not have that.
Well, I've been a 6 times national, international champion.
That's right.
So I've traveled all around the world, to China, Asia. I even won a grand championship in Puerto Rico.
Listen.
Okay. So, I started out in Bondo, Burmese boxing.
He said he started off in Bondo, Burmese boxing.
And that is very spiritual. They go to the drums, they get entranced, they do all those, and they don't try to hide that this comes from Africa.
Wow. Let me pause. Bondo and Burmese boxing does not come from fucking Africa. It's come from Southeast Asia. Thai boxing is just similar.
Now, you heard him say it's very spiritual, right? Now, I'm gonna be honest and let you know there's a difference between Bando and Burmese boxing. He didn't know. This is how you know he lied. Now, since it's spiritual, let me show you this kind of spirituality he's talking about. Wait a minute. So what I forgot is I knew of the sport called Lethway. You see? That's why I didn't catch it. And I agreed that Bando was Burmese boxing, but it's totally 2 different sports. If someone says, I did Bando, which is Burmese boxing, it's the same thing as saying, well, I did wrestling, which is karate. Do you understand what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm saying. If I say I did wrestling, which is karate, you would look at me like I'm crazy as hell, because wrestling and karate is 2 different things. Just like Bando and in Burmese boxing is 2 different things. So let's see how spiritual Burmese boxing is. Let's go. Lethway, also known as Burmese boxing, is the most brutal sport in the world. Just for clarity, Lethway comes from Myanmar, which is an island next to Thailand. They're kind of the same stock people, but they've been warring for thousands of years. So Lethway is said to be older than Muay Thai. Muay Thai is like a national sport in Thailand. Lethway is like a national sport in Myanmar, if I say that country name right? So Lethway is similar, but it's bare knuckles. Thai boxing, they have little small 8-ounce gloves. Lethway is brutal because it's bare knuckles. And guess what? You can headbutt. But it's a similar style to Muay Thai. So ain't nothing spiritual about Burmese boxing. This is why you know he didn't know what he was talking about. Now, he did know about Bando because Bando is a fake-ass martial arts. And I'm going to show you in a second. Gloves are not used. Instead, fighters' hands are wrapped with gauze. Spiritual. Legal left way strikes are punches, kicks, knees, elbows, and headbutts. This is Burmese boxing. Okay, I just wanted to show that. So he lied. He ain't do nothing about he didn't practice no Burmese boxing. He wasn't doing no headbutts, kicks, and knees and elbows. That wasn't his martial arts style. They do that fake Bando shit, where you swing at the air and where you bust balloons and you never have a competition. He's never been in a ring and competed with anybody ever in his life. Come on, he's a grand champion. Nigga, you ain't never competed in your life. Let's get back to the other video. Telling the truth about his history or claims. Is Infiduci's claims true? Now, this is a video from our brother Infiduci okay? Now, he may need to answer to this. I'm not sure. That's on y'all. But I just wanted to get some clarity, and if he can answer some questions for us. He made these claims. Let's go.
And not have that.
Well, I've been a 6 times national, international champion.
That's right.
You know, so I've traveled all around the world, to China, Asia.
Stop it. Now, you're asleep. Not only did I not find him being a national champ once, I haven't found him being a national champ 6 times, as he's claimed. Why do people make these claims? Why would someone do that and tell us that? And they didn't, and that wasn't an accomplishment of theirs. I don't know. I don't have the answers to it, but it seems deceitful to me. Let's go.
You know, I even won a grand championship in Puerto Rico. Okay, so but I started out in Bando, Burmese boxing, and that is very spiritual. They go to the drums, they get in trance, they do all those, and they don't try to hide that this comes from Africa.
Wow.
They are serious.
Stop it. It's not Bando, it's Bando. Bando, B-A-N. And they do call it Burmese boxing. Now, I was wrong when I made this video because I confused it because my mind was thinking left way. So I thought Bando and Burmese boxing was the same on this video, but I had to make a second video and correct myself. But let's carry on. But it has nothing at all to do with Africa, and no Burmese boxer, the Federation will tell you anything about it coming from Africa. That's bullshit. That claim has to be proven. Yeah, that's called stealing culture and stealing history, claiming other people's shit. Jehudi cannot just make that claim and not ever show us evidence or proof of what he's talking about. Let's just continue, because this is a video full of misinformation.
It's about, their connection, to Africa, but their motto is that you should be able to take all you can dish out. Now, I can't take some of the stuff I can, how do you tune your nose up to take a photo? How do you tune your eye down,
all that you can dish out.
and so that I'm not a follower of that philosophy anymore. The idea is don't take any from it.
That's right. Learn how not to take
it.
By the way, here go Infiduci sitting next to Jabari, one of Sonetter's favorite person to get views off, another Afrocentric who claims we're Egyptians and shit.
You know what I mean? He's turned Egyptomaniac shit into Christianity and has a shrine where he teaches and brainwashes a little bit. I kind of like Jabari on other subjects, but you know, some things he do and say is bothersome to me also. But these are two Afrocentrics lying and vibing off each other. This is how they do. Birds of a feather flock together.
Because we used to punch each other, just taking stuff, you know.
Yeah, see, like charlatans. Like that's why like Inky and Polite was cool. Polite and Ali Muhammad's cool. They have all these cats is all cool with each other. So like they love listening to each other's lies. They love. Let me see how you bullshit people, and they'll sit there and agree with each other. They just birds of a feather. They love to sit next to a bullshitter because they're a bullshitter. Shit's crazy. Y'all in a cult.
Yeah, that was a philosophy. And I went from Bondo into Kung Fu. And I liked Kung Fu because I was
nature-based,
right? And it had the hard and the soft. So I said, I can relate to this, you know?
By the way, Kung Fu is a garbage martial arts in real time. I mean, it's good for like discipline, something to do, but in real time, it doesn't work. That's why the UFC came about, because they tested all these things, and Kung Fu artists got their ass whooped. It was so weak. It's not practical in a real time situation. Let's continue.
And I became I matriculated to an 8th degree. You know, and
He just said he matriculated to an 8th degree master. Now, I guess he's trying to say an 8th degree black belt. Because there's nothing called an 8th degree master. Okay? Let's continue.
Shaolin Temple.
Wow.
He said an 8th degree master in the Shaolin Temple. Did you hear him? We'll talk about that shortly.
But then in 1980, I went back to Tanzania and I got in touch with some ancient masters who said, we taught them that.
That's right.
Let me show you something.
Right.
That's a lie. That's a lie. How is somebody in the 1990s going to tell you what somebody taught somebody thousands of years ago? People develop their own fighting forms. Okay? First of all, he's West African. I'm West African in bloodline. Shaolin ain't nowhere close. They wasn't traveling to West Central Africa to teach nobody nothing. Let's go.
And I saw people do supernatural feats.
Here we go. Supernatural. He said, I don't know if he says it in this video, but he said he's seen somebody drive a long nail through their face and pull it out and be cool. Just as a trick. Just playing. What are these supernatural crazy stories?
So I began to wing myself into the African martial arts. So by 1985,
Now, he winged himself into the African martial arts. There's no such thing as African martial arts. There's not. There's not. Bando, as you see here, let me just put this here. It's called Bando, not Bondo. Okay? And yes, from Miramar, is Burmese martial arts, or some people may say Burmese boxing, has nothing to do with Africa. But let's just continue on real quick. Kung Fu belts and ranking systems. I don't play, y'all. And you guys can read this, I'll add the links, but there's no such thing as the titles he's claimed in Kung Fu ranking systems. And two, he said he was a master and then he became a grandmaster. Okay. This goes into color structure Kung Fu belts, novice belts, intermediate belts, advanced belts, degrees of black belts. So you get a black belt, you're not a master yet. You just get a black belt. Then there's degrees of black belts. After those degrees, then you become a master and then a grandmaster.
After all these qualifications that he did not do. Let's just continue on real quick and get this over with.
I was a master in the African martial arts.
Wow.
And by 1992, I was a grandmaster and became an infantry. That's the titles you maligned.
There is no such thing as African martial arts. There's not. Let me just see if I can kind of show you guys. Different martial arts in Africa, have titles and names. Why didn't he name what martial arts he's talking about in Africa? Africa is a continent full of countries who have different titles and names for their martial arts. They have Sudan wrestling, I forgot the name. Dambi, I think it is. He didn't name them. There's no such thing as African martial arts to become a master in. There's no such thing, y'all.
Is a master, and then Mfundishi is like a great grandmaster. So I was beautiful. Dr. Ben, Dr. John Henry Clark, Haru Ankara Samaj, all of them were there at my crowning as an Mfundishi. You know, and so
I don't know what John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben got to do with martial arts, but anyway.
I was a title. So even though I have two doctors.
Don't come in my chat talking that dumb shit, okay? I'm teaching. If you're mad because your hero's destroyed, that's on you. If you're mad because I expose a lie, that's on you. If you hurt because you believed the lie and looked up to these people, that's on you. Don't take it out on me. Just say to yourself, you know what? I was a gullible, naive motherfucker. And I fell for all these liars. Just like I can admit it. I fell for all this bullshit. I got Egyptian tattoos. I was naive and gullible. Today I'm not. So let's stop getting mad because you're just finding out people are habitual liars and charlatans. Get mad at yourself.
Doctor's degree, 3 master's degrees in the Western world.
What did he say?
I don't call my, you know, I have 2 doctor's degrees, 3 master's degrees in the Western world. I don't call.
He said he has 2 doctor's degrees, 3 master's degrees in the Western world, meaning in Western education system, he obtained 2 PhDs or MDs, and he obtained 3 master's degrees. That's what he's claiming. Infodicia is not a PhD or MD in anything, in any Western education system. Why would he say that to people? If someone can prove he has a PhD, not just a PhD, 2 PhDs, I will bless you. I will get on my knees and apologize. Why do people tell us these things? To make themselves look grander than they are. Why are so-called spiritual people just blatantly lying to us to get money for financial gain and to make them seem like there's something there they're really not? He said that. I'm not wrong for pointing that out and wanting clarity. I'm not hating. I'm not disrespecting no elder. I'm not doing none of that. I'm a junior elder who's curious and wants clarity. I need answers. This is why I say y'all master teachers ain't my master teachers. My elders are people like my granddaddy, who worked 3 jobs hard, retired from Northrop, was a bricklayer, had his own security company, and worked 3 jobs and showed an example to me of a working, hard-working Black man who takes care of his family while my grandmother was a housewife. That's my elder and my example. True, honest men. I don't know who y'all elders is. I don't know what the fuck y'all be talking about. My elders are people like my daddy who got an award and worked at the post office for 50 years. He could have. I've said this so many times. Let me skip it. Retired at 40 years. He did an extra 10 years just for the fuck of it. And got an award one time for not missing a day of work in 7 years. Can you imagine not missing a day of work in 7 years and you get an award from that at the post office? That's my elder, my daddy, and my example of a hard-working man who was honest. Never told me lies and made up shit and exaggerated about their history and what they done. They didn't tell me they had master's PhDs and they never did. They didn't tell me that. Those are my elders. Your elders are not my elders. I can call out who the fuck I want to call out. Let's go. This is what he's into.
I pause. See, let me let y'all know something. Oh, we're gonna be here a minute. If you ain't got time, come back. Hold on, I forgot what I was gonna say. No, never mind. Let me keep playing.
This is his book. Spiritual warriors are healers. What kind of healing? This book, Spiritual Warriors Are Healers, are about chemic cash spiritual systems along the happy. Let me just read it without looking through the camera so I can read it fast. It is a book of our ancient story, the parents of civilization and creators of the myth and netter, divine words and writings of the creator, divine math, science, architecture, herbology, and the science of healing using crystals. And they didn't use no goddamn crystals for no healing. You tell me what a fucking pretty ass purple rock. What disease is that gonna heal? He's teaching crystals heal you. These are not my type of elders. I'm not being disrespectful and I haven't insulted him, so save the bullshit. I cannot follow and listen to and believe people who are telling me crystals will heal you. Pretty rocks are going to heal you. Divine math, science, architecture, herbology, the science of healing using crystals and colors. Crystals and colors are going to heal you. See, I can't with y'all. I can't. It's the thing, I'm not bullshit. Join Infodici Jehutimas in a live stream crystal healing workshop. And he charges you for his crystal healing workshops. Everything is about money with some of you niggas. Lies and misrepresentation of history, misrepresentation of yourself for financial gain. Misleading black people for financial gain because it sounds good to you. Workshop 1, click here, add to your cart. Money, give me some money to fuck you over and mind fuck you. Huh? Let's go. This is Infodici. This is not an African art. This is what he does. Consultations. Spiritual consultation. How much are you going to charge me for a spiritual consultation? Spiritual consultation, $200. Okay. I mean, you can do that. I'm not hating, but hey. Pause. Who needs a spiritual consultation? Give me, you know what? I'm going to undercut him. Shoot Chief X $100. I ain't going to charge you $200. I'll give you a spiritual consultation. What I'm going to tell you? What he going to tell you? He's asking for stupid people to pay him money so he can tell you some stupid shit. God damn. He does ceremonies. That's fine. No problem with that. Initiation. Let's just click on how much he charged for initiation. Damn. For initiation, I'm gonna get charged $1,000. Comedic initiation. And so everybody want to be comedic priest? Hey, give Infodici $1,000. He'll initiate you and tell you something you ain't. For $1,000, you win a prize of Infodici telling you something you ain't and can't be. For $1,000. Who's tripping here, me or Infodici? Who's confused, me or you?
goddamn psychobabble. We shutting this conscious community bullshit down, and we're gonna bring y'all some real credentialed professionals so you guys can be educated. Right now, you're miseducated. And I'm a West Central African. I ain't got nothing. My people ain't got nothing to do with Kemet, per se. My DNA goes to West Africa. So, This is just like, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. Let me get back to, here we go. Infodici. People tell, oh, well, I looked it up. I could not find any championships in martial arts. Not one national or international championship. I use his title, Infodici Jehudi, but his full name is Hassan Kamal Salim. I looked up with every name he has. He has about 3 different names. Is a grandmaster in the Minshu African combat. Now, what's his name? Ashwar Kwesi says Mantu arts. It's basically the same kind of semantics. He says Minshu arts. None of them exist. There's no such thing of either of them. There's no such thing. Healing sciences. I mean, family, I just need answers. I'm not hate.
Action to
I'm not hate.
martial arts. Now, I know that it's hard to compartmentalize the work that you've done. It's very hard because it's been wide-ranging. But definitely, you are one of the world's foremost masters of African martial arts. So we need to talk to you about that. We can't have you on the show and not have that.
Well, I've been a 6 times national, international champion.
That's right.
In what? Now, if you say to somebody, I got a doctorate degree, people who really have a doctor's degree, they say, hey, I got a doctorate degree in psychology. I got an MD as a psychiatrist. Name what you have a doctor's degree in. And why wouldn't you name it? Deception purposes. Now, if you think if you think I got 2 PhDs and 3 master's degrees, you're more than likely going to follow me and believe me when I promote something or sell something. More than likely. You're going to think I'm accomplished, wise, and know what I'm talking about, and you're going to think I'll never lie to you because I'm deep. Renuka Rashidi claims to be a doctor also. I inboxed Renuka Rashidi one day. Hey, can you have a conversation with us junior elders and some of our peers and shit like that? He blocked me. I was like, are you serious? He blocked me. Renuka Rashidi refuses to have a conversation with the younger generation. And there's a reason for that. Because he's be lying too. And he doesn't want to build with us. If he builds with us, he's going to have to change some of his information and update some of his information. And then people are going to say, okay, he was wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. All of us were wrong and believed some bullshit when we came into the community. And we changed and evolved over time. I can right now say, have no problem saying, I was pseudo as fuck when I came into the conscious community. Even 5-10 years ago, I was pseudo and believing some dumb shit. I had to correct myself and update myself and learn. All my peers have no problem saying that. But Infodici, Renuka Rashidi, these people will never say they were wrong, ever. They still teach the same shit they was teaching 20 years ago, even though it's been proven wrong. And I honor him. Mr. Infodici has some great teachings. He's a smart man, but he's wrong about a lot of stuff. He's a charlatan in certain areas, but he has some good information. I learned from him when I came into the community. I'm not no newbie. I've been here since 1992. I was following Phil Valentine and Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Jules Pookrum in the 90s. And you got these newbies coming into the movement gonna try to tell me about Phil Valentine, and they just fucking got into the movement 4 years ago. I'm damn near 27 years in. On jobs, after 20 years, people retire. That's why I used to be X-Man. That's why I call myself Chief X now. I'm a junior elder. You know, in Cali, we didn't do this fuck shit. My elders, when I got into the movement, my teacher is Mathu Tar. His peer is Ashwar Kwesi, who lived in Los Angeles back then. He lives in Dallas now, but he lived in Los Angeles. So when I came into the movement, my elders was Mathu Tar, Ashwar Kwesi, and Steve Coakley. I used to go to their lectures religiously. I was at debates with Ashwar Kwesi before there was a fucking YouTube and Sonetta TV. I'm not new to this. Steve Coakley, Ashwar Kwesi, and Mathuda, they didn't teach that bullshit. In Los Angeles, motherfuckers wasn't about no damn crystal healings and chakras and all that old shit. We didn't do that shit here. So when I get on social media and Facebook and I see all this new shit y'all coming with, all this Hindu shit, it's like, what the fuck? And I research it and prove it to be wrong and prove it to be Hindu and not African, people mad. Wait a minute, I'll pause it. I remember I was telling people, I was asking all these sisters, why y'all keep saying namaste? Namaste. I said, that's Hindu. They didn't even know it was Hindu. People's all fucked up because of people who consider people like this master teachers. I don't. No disrespect, that's just how I feel. Now,
you know, so I've traveled all around the world to China, Asia. You know, I even won a grand champion.
I need proof he has 2 PhDs and 3 master's degrees. If you can't prove that, shut the fuck up. Okay, we're done there. So, get Layla Africa out of here, get Sebi out of here, get Infidisi out of here. These are not master teachers. They're not my elders. It's 2022 almost. Guess what, y'all? Hold on. Guess what, y'all? I'm your damn elder today. Get over it. You know, we changing this shit. Out with the old and in with the new. They shouldn't have lied, or they wouldn't be exposed. I'm playing their words. I didn't lie on them. I didn't make up nothing on them. I totally prove 100% all them 3 men so far are not just liars, but habitual liars and intentional liars. It's nothing wrong with being wrong, but there's something wrong with intentionally lying and purposefully lying for financial gain. That's evil. Now, do I want to tackle Phil right now? Let me see real quick. You know what? This is going to be brief. Let's get to Dr. Ben.
By the name of Hunefer, Hunefer. He wrote a papyrus. It's known as the Papyrus of Hunefer, the paper of Hunefer. He said, we came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwells, at the foothill of the mountain of the moon.
Pause. I don't know if y'all can read this or should I read it? Anyway, this lady, somebody checked with the museum and asked, was that claim that he made true and this and this and that, found to be false. But there's more. This is a response from the museum. Thanks for your inquiry. As you suspected, the passage of the text you have quoted certainly does not appear anywhere on the Book of the Dead papyrus of Hunefer. Department of Ancient Egypt, Sudan, the British Museum, London, John H. Taylor. That says, if someone can blatantly lie about something so petty for that which can be researched for validation, isn't it possible one could lie about other such matters? Yes, it is. It says Ben Buchanan's academic record is disputed with claims he was educated variously in Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, Spain, earning degrees in either engineering or anthropology. Does he have degrees in any of those fields? Nope. Was he educated in any of those 1, 2, 3, 4 countries? Nope. Why'd he lie? If I constantly lie to you, are you going to trust me with all kind of other information? Nope. Then what the fuck is wrong with y'all here? You got to let it go. You got to let it go. They said remove the professionals and remove people with credentials. We got you. We want to lie to you. We want to make money off you. Me taking you on trips back and forth to North Africa and you're a West African. I'm taking you on trips back and forth to Egypt, back and forth to Egypt. I didn't take your black ass to West Africa because I'm Hotep hustling. Shoot me that motherfucker, them couple grand, and I'm going to arrange your flights, and we all going to go as a group. I'm going to get about $50,000 from all your things, then I'll pay the hotel fees and that, and then we're going to go on a tour. I'm Hotep hustling you for money. I'm teaching you revised history for money. I'm teaching you someone else's history, telling you it's your history for financial gain. Get y'all asses back to West Central Africa and stop this fucking circus. This says, in 1938, he is said to have earned a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico. This is disputed as the register has no record of his attendance. He stated that in 1939, he earned a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana in Cuba. He also claimed to have earned a doctorate degrees in cultural anthropology and Moorish history from the University of Havana and the University of Barcelona, Spain, respectively, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. Is all that true? Did he make them claims? Yes. Is all that true? No. This says both Barcelona and Cambridge say that he never received a degree from either university, and furthermore, Cambridge University said it had no record of Benjo Cannon ever attending any classes there, let alone get a goddamn degree. You didn't attend one fucking class. The New York Times, see, you niggas got, the New York Times get at you an article published after Dr. Ben's death discussed the lifelong inconsistencies in his reported academic record. You niggas got miseducated by a person who wasn't credentialed. And Molefi Asante, the Afrocentric, told you, they created where they always, if y'all didn't see the beginning of this video, you should go back to the beginning when you get time. And I just laid the groundwork of how Afrocentrics remove professionals and credentialed people out your way so they can have you to themselves and teach you some revised history so you can look up to them and call them a master teacher, when the real master teachers are at these college universities with an actual PhD. That was it. That video is called Master Teacher or Master Liar. How ironic. How fucking ironic. We're almost done here. It's so much more I can go, but we'd be here for hours. I got a list of shit I didn't debunked about Dr. Ben's teachings. And you guys are his students. So if he was a liar, you a liar. Here goes Phil Valentine. We about to go in on this nigga. This is funny. I was just clowning around one night and made this video back in 2018. Now, prior to 2018, you won't find nobody exposing Phil Valentine. Chief X did. I had to warn you about this white man named Phil Valentine miseducating black people. Y'all let this white spook man come up in here into the community and miseducate black folk. I was in what year was this? This might have been 21 years ago. Phil Valentine came to Los Angeles and did a lecture at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall. Fucking, this lecture was 7 hours or goddamn long, and he was talking about health and basically health and nutrition in general. Took a break and shit. Niggas came back after an hour break to get another 4 hours and shit. I'm like, God damn, he be talking and saying nothing. Talking a long time and saying nothing. And after the lecture was over, because he was telling people, don't eat this because of that. Don't eat this because of that. Don't eat carrots because of this. Don't eat this and this. And after, when the lecture was over, people were like, well, what do you suggest people eat? And I'm sitting here like a dummy too, 21 years ago, looking for advice from a quack. My dumb ass. And you know what his answer was? All humans really need is sunlight and water. Once he said that, I said I was done with Phil Valentine. I no longer can take him serious. And then he said, if you want to know more, sign up for a consultation. Meaning, pay me money to tell you some more bullshit. But he ended that lecture saying, all we need is sunlight and water. You can't eat shit else, basically. Everything else is poison. And if you want to know really what to eat, pay me. This is what I'm saying. I can't with you ignorant niggas. Doctor, did nobody speak on Phil Valentine until I did. Now everybody's calling him a charlatan and everybody. I sparked it all. I shook it. You were asleep, and I tried to tap you on the arm and you wouldn't wake up. So I had to shake you violently for you to wake up. This is that violent shaking I'm doing. Now, the audio may not be too good because I made this at a time where I didn't have StreamYard and I was using my phone, holding it to the goddamn tablet I had. But it's fucking hilarious. Let's go. So now, Phil Valentine's going to be out of here. Dr. Sabi's out of here. Layla Africa's out of here. Infadishi's out of here. I might need to make 3 parts of this shit. We're going to get them all out of here. And y'all bring some credentialed people up in here. Chief X, the God best reincarnated with some old common sense science, and I'm doing some exposing of bullshit. By the way, people ask me, what do you think about Phil Valentine and Bobby Hemmett? I've been telling people for years. These men are basically master myth makers. They're no you naive and gullible and uneducated. They're master myth makers. And they can tell a fucking interesting story all while lying. That's their skill. Shit today. So I need you to bear with me. First, I'm going to say, do not comment on this video if you did not watch the video in its entirety, because it's going to get deep, especially towards the end. I'm going to show y'all what I've been talking about, and we're going to analyze this psychobabble. I paused it again. So I play people's words. If anybody's trying to debunk Chief X or say Chief X said something, tell them to play my words. I guarantee you, you will never find one lie or any misinformation on any of my videos. If you go back 7 years, then I might have some crazy shit on there. But like on Facebook, I tell people, I don't post it unless I look into it first, and then I'll post it. So I've proven something to be a fact, and then I post it. So I'm ready. I'm waiting for the comments, and I know I'm gonna tear niggas ass up in the comments because I have the proof already before I posted it. That has the conscious community miseducated and in la-la land. Let's go.
The stage, but well, I'm actually married.
This guy is named Duke of Tears, a fraudulent, intellectual, habitual liar, and charlatan. Just listen to this made up. Well, I'll get to that story in a minute, but just listen to the garbage that's miseducating our people in the audience.
To a master yogi who invented her own yoga system. Sorry, I'm married to a sister who is a master yogi, and I watched her journey from when she first started doing it, because it actually happened out of a need of necessity. She had a congenital knee affliction because she was born on a military base called Camp Lejeune. And
she has a congenital knee problem because she was born on a military base called Camp Lejeune. Just listen.
Found that everybody except her that was born there died based upon the radioactive stuff that they put into the water.
Come on now. Everybody that was born on this military base died except his wife. Now we went from a bad knee to everybody else dying. Are you guys catching the psychobabble? She lived and she had a bad knee, and she had a bad knee because of what? I mean, just listen. He gets no specifics. These are charlatans. Listen.
Because all military installations, whether you understand it or not, and when I say military installations, I'm not just talking about I'm talking about schools, I'm talking about colleges, I'm talking about everything. Hospitals, all of that. All of that is under military jurisdiction. So
it's a fuck.
Military base, idiot.
She, in order for her to walk, basically,
Now pause. Just look at the crowd. It's a crowd of black folk getting lied to and miseducated. The crowd, and a lot of people listening to me, are the cult members. The people on the stage are the cult leaders. All these people I'm talking about are popular people that people kind of look up to or used to now because I've exposed them. They don't know more. Or people y'all look up to. You know, like if you listen to me right now, you have to say to yourself, you know what? Chief X may be talking to me. I think I may be miseducated. I think I'm a victim of all the lies from so-called master teachers and these popular people. Put yourself in that situation, and then maybe you can change.
Engaged it as a means to actually heal herself. And because the knee is a manifestation of the, like, different body parts have different associations. So the knees tend to be connected to the subconscious.
Oh my God. Are you serious? The knee is connected to the subconscious. And he's telling this to an audience of so-called conscious woke folk. They're asleep. They're not woke.
And so within that, and watching her over the years actually build it up to the point where she developed her own system, I watched it.
Oh, and by the way, everyone born on this military base died because of some radioactive stuff that, quote, they put in the water. I thought he was talking about a military base. The military killed its own military members? Come on, man. Logic will tell you this is a bullshit.
Now, I paused it again, but I did find out that maybe 10% of what he's saying was true. There was some chemicals in the water that caused some people to get sick, but he's exaggerating it on a whole nother level.
Deal with all of the stuff that you're talking about in terms of the political aspect of whether it's hot yoga, Bikram yoga, chicken nugget yoga. I'm serious. There's chicken nugget yoga. If you don't think I'm playing, like, look it up. Yeah, look it up. This is, you know, these people take everything and make it into something else. So
let me move on because this is to some more drama. Just listen.
Et tu Spiritu Sancti, right? So that aspect of it.
Oh, by the way, he acts like and proclaims that he speaks Latin.
No, has nothing to do with what Bikram or heated yoga or hatha yoga or Ashtanga yoga or whatever type of yoga it is. The true yogi is one who realizes that he or she herself is the actual conduit for the breath itself. So your body is doing the yoga, but what is happening is your body is putting yourself in a position to breathe out and to expand what the breath is, because you're using muscles and certain things that nobody else uses. So to take that away from you and to make you think that it's a strictly Hindu practice or whatever, they have created a mass market.
Yoga is Hindu. I know a lot of people are into it. I'm not knocking yoga, but it is of the Hindu tradition and faith. It's not African, but hey. And he knows it. That's why he mentioned it's not, because he's been checked on that. So he's trying to get it out of the Hindu faith to save face. Stay with me, family, because wait till I get to Phil Valentine. He's the main culprit I want to get to.
All right, so good evening. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all coming out. Amazing. So I've had this question on my...
See, this click right here, the Phil Valentine's, the what's the motherfucker, the middle name I said again? Damn, I just forgot that quick. And Brother Panic, you know what I mean? This is the same click, same click for Blue and Red Pill. Phil Valentine is their teacher. They're students of Phil Valentine. That's why they all talk that fuckery and that spook shit, that anti-science shit. Beware, the Illuminati's gonna get you, and all this whole crazy shit. They're birds of the same feather. I got videos on Blue and Red Pill debunking their entire websites, all on my YouTube. Selling silver water and gold water and telling you silver water and gold water is going to cure you of sicknesses and improve your health. I mean, just a bunch of debauchery.
Mine for a number of years already.
Now, just listen to the wording in the question. It's about to get into some psychobabble and metaphysical talk that he don't understand. So he's going to ask a panel member, and Brother Panic is going to answer. And like he's asking God a question, like God has the answer, and that they're God. Just listen.
Dealing with our physical reality being created from projections or manifestations of the darker side of the subconscious mind, and all of these realities are existing at once. How can that be true for a child who may be going through abuse, or children who are victims of rulers across the planet? I'm just having difficulty connecting the dot between, a child is not,
You're going to have difficulty because you're confusing your goddamn self, you idiot.
On a child's subconscious mind that they want to exist in a miserable reality.
Child was also a grown-up before. We need to stop thinking we own children. They came here to have that experience. And my sister was here, had a rough.
Here come Brother Panic with the Baphomet on his shirt. And look, the magician's hat, little top hat, pull a rabbit out the hat, abracadabra, let me trick you and bullshit you. This kind of nigga. And he got the answer to that question. He knows. And trip thing about it, the audience will believe him. Oh, okay. No proof, no nothing, just rhetoric.
Rough one, but it's our choice. It figures out the equation that has me sitting here today. So it's choices. This world is not real. You just heard a whole lecture about this is a simulation, the illusion, the matrix, the experience.
The world's not real. You not real. This is a simulation, the matrix. It's this psychobabble. And basically, he goes on to say that we chose our parents. We chose the womb we went into. And it was with our choice. But let me get off Brother Panic and move on, because I don't even want to deal with that old bullshit.
He had his little magic magician's hat on and shit. Abracadabra. He gonna pull a rabbit out the hat for you. Oh, y'all minds is gone, boy.
Oh my God. We chose the womb we went in. Bear with me.
Before they got here, they said they picked their parents. You think you just somebody can? I thought you were God. So your parents just said you're like, fucking here I am again. Right. You know what I mean? I'm going to her womb. You chose that womb. You chose the dysfunction too.
And look at him standing there like, oh, okay, yeah, oh man. Look at this whole audience of so-called conscious community come to see this garbage talk.
We need to understand we're in control at all times. We have to change our perspective to the perspective of now. Remember I need to move in and just be his life coach. Thank you. All right, brother.
Okay. Very good. Remember, you're also actually.
So Phil Valentine. See, the clique of these metaphysics, the liars, they all know each other. The bullshitters, they click together. Hey, we good at bullshit. Let's bullshit these people. They all vibe and shit. You know what I mean? Liars love liars. You know, birds of a feather flock together. So Phil edged him on. Yeah, that was good information. Mm-hmm.
Genetic consciousness streams.
Yeah.
And there are genetic consciousness streams within the envelope of this consciousness reality. There are consciousness streams that we follow based upon our intentions. All things are based upon divine intention. So what are your intentions for the next life? You are in school right now. So are you going to be gone or graduate, or are you going to be a super senior? It's up to you.
Islam, peace to all three in the panel, and peace to all of the
Now, see, Phil Valentine is a flat earther, whether y'all know it or not. He's teaching people that the earth is flat. This cat is about to bring up this question about paperwork and sovereignty and filing paperwork and status correction. Phil does all that bullshit, teaches it. All them scams, they're charlatans.
And came to attend. Forgive me if I'm nervous, but I'm glad to be in your presence. I'm a secured party creditor, declaring my appellation name with the UCC and a non-UC filing, living, collapsing, and controlling the trust. Our brothers are in these Albion dark magic courts, and your last question kind of segues into what I'm doing now, which is trying to crush the courts and the dark magic with the Magi's. And all these
crush the courts with dark magic and the Magi's. Don't misuse the word magi.
Administrative venues. Has any one of you have made an effort to integrate the metaphysics of Phil Valentine with what you're doing at Assad, in crushing him with paperwork, as also coaching and navigating?
These motherfuckers ain't crushing shit with no goddamn paperwork.
Getting through these systems and controlling our vessel, because we're forced to compel for the birth certificate theft of the SSK Trust.
See all this birth certificate, your commodity, you're worth something, your birth certificate, you're worth some money. This psychobabble. I'm sick of this shit. And Phil Valentine is one of the head of all this bullshit.
And the Mortmain Act, as well as the various collapsing of the federal debt and HR 192. I can go on and on.
Conspiracy, debt, collapse. For 30 years, all this money, conspiracy is about the money,
Is there any type of manifestation or integration of the metaphysics so we can have, Noble Drew Ali, his declaration of the 10-10-59 in Cook County, and integrate it in the paperwork so we can get all our brothers and sisters out of these crooked, false, magic administration stuff.
So instead of Phil correcting him, he's going to aid him on and help him spread the bullshit about paperwork and courts and maritime law.
So in other words, this white man y'all call an elder is about to help him be more confused. So he's glad you niggas is dumb so he can make money.
Natural law and all this sick shit.
If I may really quickly, understand and understand that the UCC was actually put in because that was an alternative to natural law. It was placed there in order to do business. We became
natural law is like talking about morality. There's really no such thing as natural law, but if you want to use that phrase, but this is just mind fuck games he's playing on the audience and the people. Because y'all don't know no better.
And commodities, human beings.
Commodities, human beings, birth certificate, you're worth money.
Became commodities. So we had to act as functionaries within that system. Trump just signed a bill that's going to bring us back onto the gold standard. Right. Y'all hate him, but that fool is doing what he's supposed to be doing.
So he's the one that gets talking about the president's day shit. Nobody run nothing.
Wait a minute. He said Trump, are we on the gold standard? Listen, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute.
That fool is doing what he's supposed to be doing.
So he's the one that gets talking about the president's day.
And to act as functionaries within that system. Trump just signed a bill that's going to bring us back onto the gold standard. Right.
Are we on the gold standard? Or was he fucking wrong and made that bullshit up? Trump ain't signed no shit like that.
I hate him, but that fool is doing what he's supposed to be doing.
So he's the one that gets talking about the president's day shit. Nobody run nothing. It's all the Illuminati and all this old shit. And he gets to talking to the Jesuits. But now he's talking about Trump is doing what he's supposed to be. Come on.
Nobody can deal with $163 trillion debt anymore. So the bankers had to make a deal.
Matter of fact, by the way, this is a white man teaching the black community. This is a European. Let's not get that twisted. Is you blind?
You don't know what a European man look like? All up in our house? Lying?
They went with the cryptocurrencies, and we're going back on the gold standard because of BRICS. So what I'll say to you is the UCC 1 and the UCC non-UCC are going to be obsolete soon. And you're going to go back to natural law. That means the autochthonous indigenous now will rule the land. But it's a matter of us now.
We're going to go back to natural law, and the economists and the indigenous will rule the land. Who's the indigenous that's going to rule the land and fuck everything? Fuck city law, state law, the county. The indigenous is going to rule the land. When, Phil? When? You throw this shit out there and just, have people biting at it, and it's garbage talk.
I'm becoming.
And got the woke community clapping. A panel of liars.
We have to grow our maturity. We have been stultified. We went through a series of 400 years of arrested development.
And natural law has nothing to do with indigenous people, by the way. It has nothing to do with indigenous or people or a group. No one is in charge of no natural law. What is he talking about?
And during that time, our true status and identity as the indigenous blood people of this land here.
See? That Aboriginal shit, that Moor shit, that, that indigenous to the land. This is psychobabble and lies.
Were taken from us and assigned to this denizen. So, as my distinguished panel guests know, you essentially are going to have to stand on your square and pronounce that revision, getting rid of all of your entitlements. But even though you use them, maintain your status as a diplomat only walking upon the land. Never do business on the ocean with them.
Never do business on the ocean, only do business on the land. That's that maritime law, that Moorish talk. Look who his people is, who come to see him, who believe that. Look what's on his head. Are you guys clueless? You don't know what kind of crowd and kind of cranks these are?
Never. Always come back on the land and make sure that before you even think about going to court, you file that paperwork stating that I don't do business in that court. And if you're forced in that court, force them to remove that banner, that flag that gives them the authority. It is us to learn.
You talking about filing paperwork in court, y'all? That bullshit. This white man who knows how to grow a cool beard and put some swag and sound, hip, slick, and cool, and pass in your eyes, not mine.
But we don't have...
Like some white folk got a tint of a tan, and all they got to do is grow a cool beard and dress hip, slick, and cool, and niggas will think he black.
The schools. We don't control our children's minds. These are the schools that they need to be attending.
He's saying our children need to be attending their kind of schools of thought.
See? You see? Remove the professionals and listen to us.
Dumb us down some more. Believe me, I'm the way. These niggas is cult leaders.
We are actually establishing a foundation for you to take your children out of school and teach them how to become Hue, H-U-E, man beings.
human is not a word. It's a made up word. He said you take your children out of school and listen to us. Listen to us liars. Give us your kids to miseducate them. Y'all not listening. And the audience is okay, yeah, let's start. So with the audience, psychologically, the audience, yeah, we need to, they went home the next day and watched Phil Valentine videos, Brother Panic punk ass videos, Duke of Tears line ass videos.
I would just add on to that.
Wait a minute. This is gonna take the cake. Watch this fictitious story. He just sits there and makes up off the top of his head.
Saying that paperwork, okay, paper come from trees.
Oh shit. You're gonna teach us that paper come from trees.
So in the end, we're really talking about an integration of something natural turned into a flat surface, right?
He's talking about making paper something natural, a tree made into paper on a flat surface, and then people write on it. This is psych games.
You know what? One time I heard this, and one time somebody said, a tree isn't made of wood, it is wood.
In which now people are trying to diametrically put themselves onto it, but that's what they did to you. Quick story, I was getting beat up in court. I maybe told it before, long time ago, taken to court for things or whatever, and I was in the process of that for maybe 5 years. By the first 2 years, I was getting beat up. By the third year, I really...
You was going back in court to 5 years, nigga? You should be broke. You had to be rich for that type of shit. You fight in court like that? What was you in court for? Why you can tell us just now? See what I'm saying?
Realized that this whole thing is not equal, and I was in the process.
Listen.
Quick story. I was getting beat up in court. I maybe told it before, long time ago, taken to court for things or whatever.
Taking to court for things or whatever. You can't tell us, because if you tell us, we're going to know it's some bullshit. All you can do is make up the fictitious stories and keep people in the blind and sound good.
And I was in the process of that for maybe 5 years. By the first 2 years, I was getting beat up. By the third year, I realized that this whole thing is not even real. Like, as real as it was, what made it real was my intention in it. And my intention in it was to stop them from attacking me and taking what I felt was mine. But once I realized that they could not take anything from me that I...
Wait a minute. Look at this audience, y'all. Just look. They are really believing this shit. They wouldn't have paid if they don't believe these nutcases. This is a cult. I'm telling you, niggas. This is a cult. That's why fucking Jim Jones cult niggas was sipping Kool-Aid. It was a majority black folk and women up in there. Y'all got to fucking wake up before you die.
Audience full of folk considered conscious. Just stuck. A zombie of cults. Cult members.
I did not give them, then it became a different flow. And so I started to understand that the paperwork is really just a vehicle that really had nothing to even do with what's on the paper. I started to do get like the seal of Solomon, because I realized that a lot of people that's processing this paperwork is Ashkenazim Jews. So if that's the case, then they're part of the B'nai B'rith, and then from there they're part of the other so-called orders that they deal with. And when I realized that, I said, well, there's binding sigils that our ancestors created that I could use as watermarks on my paperwork. I'm gonna start using that. Then I started saying, well, you know what? If that's the case and that worked, then why don't I start doing other things and really going in there in my proper self? So I started at the time.
What's your proper self, nigga?
Remember, I used to wear a lot of feathers in my hair when I was growing it out. So one day I went with all black raven feathers, right?
He put some raven feathers in his head and then went to court.
And I had on a whole, like, you know when the mobsters wear the black trench coat over their
right?
So if you wear raven feathers to court, you'll have a good day in court.
And then with the medals and all of that, and went in there, put a little obelisk on the desk, gave him my paperwork, and every time the judge spoke, I spent it. What started to happen was he started stuttering, he started drooling, the computer started to malfunction, right? And then the next time I went to court, the court was packed just like this, but it was just for me.
So he went to court packed just like this, and it was all these people were there for him. Because of what? What was your court case about? And they just sitting here laughing, believing the goddamn dumbass story.
So then I started to realize, oh, they're sending the boys in. So let's really take it up. Because now I want to see what I can do. Because now I realize that the magic is really me. That these people is trying to take something from me. That
the magic is him. They're trying to take something from him. He got the power. This is a sight game.
They could never control. So it got to the point, to make a long story shorter, it got to the point that I created what was called a letter of rogatory, based on the right of Alexander.
Now, when you get time, look that up and see if you find it. See, niggas hear shit, but don't fact check it.
That's where moral science comes in, because true moral science is
more science. He's a Moor, a liar, teach misinformation.
The study of self. And what Noble Drew basically brought, he was the first one talking us that we was already here. And in the process of realizing that
Abo indigenous shit, we was already here and all this old stuff. We not Africans. They taking you out of your African mind, is what I'm saying.
I started to actualize the actual paperwork and started to reduce all the statutory language and just started to speak in what they call the King's English, which is the language that our ancestors spoke here. So when they would ask me questions...
See, he said the King's English. He fucked up. Then he says he spoke Latin, and he spoke a Latin phrase. He's making up a story.
But one time, the judge asked me a question, and I just responded to him in Latin. I said, which means he who enters into a contract either has to be aware or ought not be aware of the origin of the contract.
Ask somebody who speak Latin, is that what that means, what he just said? This nigga do not speak Latin. Which Latin do you speak? Portuguese, Spanish, French, Italian? Which one? Like polite, I speak 7 languages and nobody asked you, and nobody ever heard me speak fucking Spanish one time. Ever.
Once I did that, brothers and sisters, and gave them the paperwork and hit them with that letter of rogatory that basically let them know, I know the jig is up, I'm the judge, I'm the magi, and I expect you to release this bond to me by the next joint, I'm gonna put a whole lien on the building.
He gonna put a lien on a goddamn court building. I mean, you guys have to be out of your African mind, I'm telling you.
When I went to the court the next...
Wait a minute, you got to... This nigga said he put a lien on the courthouse. like, oh my God. The level of, oh my God. These people really probably believe that shit. This is what I mean by the conscious community is embarrassing Black folk on a world stage. Because you have intelligent people in the world. You have educated people in the world who listens to the conscious committee and laughs their ass off. So I want to stop the bleeding. I want to stop us from getting laughed at. It's a bigger purpose that you niggas don't even see. Because I'm the wise man.
The next time, they chained the door. They called my name, went to the door was chained.
They chained the door. They didn't get a deputy or nothing. They chained the door because of him. Shut all court cases down for this idiot.
To sneak into the court behind.
He snuck behind. Now,
Do you guys actually think you can go into court and come behind where the fucking judge chambers is? I got into the court. The judge wasn't even on the bench. He didn't even show up. They sent a little old white lady, little clerk lady out in the back. Yeah, I used to work at a children's court, Element's court. I've worked at courthouses. You cannot go behind no door. Behind there is the judge's chambers and staff. You don't know what the fucking, ain't never been in a really courtroom like that. That's what I wanted to do. I said, well, this is dismissed. Pointed down on the brain. I said, it's dismissed. And because he didn't show up and do what he's supposed to do, I'm going to follow through with the action. Follow through with the action. 3 months after that, went back down to the court. The court building closed. Right here, 284 Adams Street. Look it up. I went in it. Now, he said, look that up. Of course you can look an address up and say it's a courthouse. You telling me that you closed the courthouse down for a day? And hundreds, thousands of employees just went home because of you? See, y'all don't think that much into the story, but that's what he's saying. And the court building closed and said they had to close it for rats. And then they moved it across the street to a court gonna close because of him. And the excuse he said they gave him, they closed it because of rats. Like they wouldn't wait till after hours and get some rat control people up in there, some pest control. They closed it during the day for rats because of him. See, I can't stand fuck shit like this. To the new fabricated building they built up in the process of all of this happening. So I still hold the lien on that. You understand what I'm saying? He holds a lien right now on the courthouse. Did you hear him? So I'm trying to say I did this in the process of all of this happening. So I still hold the lien on that. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm trying to say I did this with no UCC, with no statutory language, with no pre-received notion other than what I manifested out of myself to do so. And he ain't got not one friend, not one nigga on trial, not one innocent person out of jail or help somebody beat a case. But he can shut courthouses down, make courthouses close the door. He can close his own cases. Look at Phil Valentine. He's with all this bullshit. This white man, Phil Valentine, is with this bullshit. He's co-signing it. You guys are out of your African mind. And from that point, that's when I realized the way out is the way in. You remember Charlie said, I'm gonna leave this European around long enough to show you how to run a government. And so that's what we did. And we've been working to establish that since for a while, and it's been working. And the more we're doing ourselves, the more it's the total opposite. So I appreciate what you're saying, brother, but like our illustrious doctor told us, eventually none of that stuff gonna matter. How are you able to articulate all of what you said without saying it like that? That's the question. Okay. Here you go. See, family, welcome to another episode of Underground Railroad Radio. Yeah, Underground Railroad. That's red and blue pill in them cats. That Moors stuff. This deceitful stuff. This is the reason why we ain't nowhere in the conscious community. Now, if the conscious community was into some real science and some real history teachings and not got niggas all up in la-la land, they making network. This is why people say I'm going back to goddamn church. Conscious community crazy as hell. That shit was a nutcase show.
Yeah, you niggas is better off in church. I'm trying to tell you. You are better off in church. At least you're sitting there with your mommy and your grandmommy and having some family time. And now they don't think you crazy no more. You know what I mean? I'm not a Christian, but goddamn it, I advise niggas to go back to the church instead of this cult life bullshit.
I just want to,
that was, see, Sonetta uploaded that bullshit one time. This is what Sonetta wants you guys to be indoctrinated with. These niggas don't give a fuck about you. As long as it's anybody who can get some views, we're going to play like it's some real shit they talking. And get this money. You niggas is out of your rabbit ass mind. Now, there's a part 2 to this. I'm going to play about 5 minutes of it. Hold on. Here we go. Let me just, this is only 18 minutes, but I'm only going to play 5 minutes, and then this is probably the last one. Hold on. All right, Chief X, with the common sense science coming back at you. Part 2. Part 2. You should watch part 1 first before you watch this part 2. Find it. Check it out. So, Phil Valentine exposed again. And we're going to analyze the teaching and how they brainwash, miseducate, and intentionally lie to the people. Okay? Phil Valentine is a flat earther. Let's make let's not confuse that.
Ice covering the Antarctic. David Rumsey carefully pieced together one of the world's largest maps, a map created by Urbano Monte, amounting to over 60 pages when he put this map together. When they were placed together, the map stretched over 10 feet in diameter.
Like the flat earthers say, the earth is a flat disc. And it's a wall, an ice wall, and things that you can't pass. Do you see what he's talking about? Covering Antarctica. And he's trying to play this role like he's not a flat earther. He calls himself he believes in an infinite plane, which is you're on one plane. Basically, the earth is one big flat plane that just goes on and on, is infinite. Listen to him, he'll tell you. But don't, in an infinite, people who are infinite plane people are basically flat earthers who could not answer certain questions in certain maths they got debunked on, so they flipped the script and they became infinite planers. Listen.
Again, the map shows vast tracts of land not shown on modern day maps. Okay, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, he's trying to scare you. Fear tactics. He's a charlatan and fraud. Just watch. This is what flat earthers put up all the time. He's trying to miseducate our babies on purpose. He's a habitual liar.
Is dealing with your flat earth, and I don't believe in flat earth. Let me just get this straight. Just because I'm saying those words, it's because it's familiar. I don't believe in no damn flat earth. Let's just get that straight. That's Christian. They believe that we are on a flat earth. I don't believe that we're on a flat. I believe that we are on an infinite plane because.
See? He say infinite plane, not flat earth. It's the same bullshit, just a little fancier word. And just watch his belly. Throughout this, just look at his belly. Isn't he supposed to be one of these health gurus? Didn't he's the one who jump-started Queen Afua's program when they were married years ago? He has Dunlap's disease. His belly Dunlapped over his belt.
Eternal creates, it creates.
I said he got Dunlap's disease. His belly Dunlapped over his belt.
Infinity. That which is infinite is feminine. That which is eternal is masculine.
He cannot prove that. That's something he just made up. And everybody in the audience, the cult members of this cult leader, believes it.
Together, work together to create the masculine and feminine, the material and the spiritual. They work back and forth with one another. In fact, they are the same. So, when I say flat earth, don't tag me with no Christian BS on, you know what I mean.
Yeah, don't say flat earth then. Stop teaching flat earth shit.
Also, look at this. Now,
Dendera. And he rolls the flat earth and the infinite plane bullcrap into African shit. Dendera.
And he's trying to allude and correlate the two. He's trying to be slick. This is all mind games. He's a mastermind manipulator. I've always called him a master myth maker.
Now, if you look at the dendera and you see how interesting how you see the four corners and how they broke it down, same difference. If you look at the way that they broke down the four, you see how we mapped out the same four directions. That's where they take it from. It's not just the sky that they were actually dealing with in dendera. Okay?
He's trying to hint. It's not just the sky that they was dealing with. He's giving you hints.
Now, Kepler, in his thesis, this is a guy who wrote about him, Kepler's relations to the Jesuits, Dr. Jorge Schopenhauer of the University of Leipzig states it is well known that the order of Jesuits, listen carefully, was the most important and most active Catholic order in the fields of science during the 17th and 18th centuries. One field of particularly intensive successive study carried out by the Jesuits was astronomy.
So he's trying to demonize science. He's trying to demonize the study of astronomy, and he correlates it with the Jesuits. In the 17th and 18th century, 16th century, European world wasn't able to read. There were certain higher class people that were only able to read. You know? So because only certain upper class people were allowed to read, he wants to demonize them for studying astrology. What he's doing is trying to demonize science.
I meant astronomy, excuse me.
To get you guys to think that, hey, the astrological information that we have is false. This is what he's doing, but you have to listen clear. And he's trying to bring you to the flat earth as that's being right. Then he'll interject and lie. Watch.
Many of their names are associated with the most important discoveries in the history of astronomy. Now, here's this order that states that we are going to lie and do whatever we have to do to push our agenda, and they're the ones who made all the discoveries.
Now, what he just said is nowhere in here. Lie and do anything we got to do, that's nowhere in here. He interjects that to mind fuck you. This is just about how Kepler and others, and Jesuits and certain Catholics, were studying science and astronomy in the universe. But he interjects to put fear in you, as if they're just lying about the universe. There's nothing wrong with studying science in the universe and astronomy.
We are learning today. It is nearly impossible.
So you guys just have to know, Phil Valentine is known for always talking about Catholicism and Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church and just putting this fear in you, the Vatican. This is all emotional jargon to tap your emotions so you can say, yeah, they are. Yeah, they did. And you fall in line in the cult life unknowingly.
Possible, this person says, to list all the names of those Jesuits who made serious contributions as astronomers and mathematicians.
All they were doing was making contributions as astronomers and mathematicians. Nothing's wrong with that. He's trying to make it seem like it was an evil thing, and they did it with the intent to lie and throw us off. He's full of shit.
Whoa. In fact, after the publishing of Copernicus's work, the records show that the Jesuits produced more astronomers than any other academic discipline or demographic in all of Europe. The Jesuits? A religious order? Fact check. A religious order that focused on producing so many temporal scientists, but more suspiciously, scientists focused predominantly in one and only one arena of scientific disciplines? That should cause any logical thinker to ponder motive.
He got that from a conspiracy site. That's where he got that from. And posted it. That's from a conspiracy site, and I'll show you shortly.
Only one arena of scientific disciplines? That should cause any logical thinker to ponder motive. Here are some of the Jesuits. logical thinking to ponder.
But let me go back. You see, there's no references. There's no source. It's just him typed up a sentences and words. Then he got a fact check, like, oh, fact check. Who fact checked it? Where's the source? Do you see it? Because that source comes from a conspiracy site. He don't want to show you that source. Because then you'll know he's full of shit.
The motive. Here are some of the Jesuits.
And then he pops up a list of Jesuits, their years of their life and what they studied. Italian astronomer, Belgian mathematician, Polish astronomer, Italian mathematician, astronomer. And these guys who just study math and astronomy and things of that nature. So he posts a list of different people who studied astronomy and mathematics. As if that's, giving you some validation to what he's spooky shit he's talking about. So what?
That the school of modern astronomy goes back and teaches to all those who wish to become astronomers and astrophysicists and so forth. Here's another one.
Ain't nothing wrong with becoming Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's taught us a lot about astronomy and the universe. There's nothing wrong with that, Phil Valentine. Stop teaching our people to be anti-science. Stop teaching our people to be dumb. Stop discouraging Black folk and children to not go to school and learn about the universe. No, we're not taking your conspiracy stories. We want science. We want our kids to be like Neil deGrasse Tyson, not you. You're not going to remove credentialed peoples and professionals away so you guys can captivate their mind, not while Chief X is on Earth.
The list is much greater. I just put two up there for you to see.
Who cares? What's the sin in that?
Look, the Vatican is the largest and longest owners of observatories. Starting from the 16th century to this day with the recent building of its newest observatory.
As if something is wrong with having an observatory. Are you guys really listening to what this man is trying to allude to?
Observatory called Lucifer.
If they didn't have these observatories and study astronomy and shit, you niggas wouldn't have no satellites in the sky that can warn you when a hurricane is coming so you can evacuate and save your life. If it was up to Phil Valentine, you niggas, he would want you to die in a hurricane, in a flood. Because he's saying this technology and stuff is stupid and evil. That's what he's saying. He's dumbing you down, God damn it.
Since then, they've owned all information about the heavens, and in conjunction with their Nazi accomplices at NASA, they've steered and controlled the narratives that we've all studied about creation, the universe, and especially God.
Now, he's talking about this, look, Lucifer. And let me just show you where he gets this stuff. Lucifer telescope. And let's read what this says. Like many conspiracy theories, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what Phil Valentine is. He's a conspiracy theorist and a fearmonger who means no good to Black people. The white man, Phil Valentine, means no good to Black people. Like many conspiracy theories, Lucifer telescope. Now, it is a Lucifer telescope, but they named it. A private institution named it, not the Vatican, not Catholics. Max Planck Institute made the Lucifer telescope. Lucifer, it is like stands for the morning star. A star, astronomy. They just call it Luci now, but it used to be called Lucifer. But he's trying to make it spooky. But he gets this information from conspiracy sites. Like many conspiracy theories, Lucifer telescope, conspiracy theory involves the usual antagonists, Catholics and the Vatican, and the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits.
That's all Phil is about. Catholicism, the Vatican, the Jesuits, fear factor, trying to scare you. Lucifer, aliens. Okay, according to the wingnut Bible thumpers. He's teaching wingnut Christian Bible thumping shit. According to the wingnut Bible thumpers, dingbat conspiracy theorists, the Vatican is in possession of a telescope which is named Lucifer, which they have used to find extraterrestrials. Come on now, Phil. Furthermore, Catholics, the Vatican, and the Jesuits are keeping the discovery of ET's secret. This is the shit Phil Valentine is pushing.
This is a site called Rational Wiki. I like to go to Rational Wiki because when they're debunking, when they're explaining something, they use comedy. So Wikipedia doesn't use comedy, but Rational Wiki uses comedy when they're clowning. So that's why it sounds funny.
Aliens. The Vatican got aliens. They're keeping it secret. This conspiracy theory is propagated by the Conian Institute in websites such as A Time to Believe, Open Minds. Now look, I went, because I didn't even know that they were going to mention Open Minds, but I knew it's a bullshit website, Open Minds. Look, this is what Phil Valentine is pushing. Wait a minute, let me show you. I'm not just talking. Look. This is the video of Phil Valentine talking. Look, you see the pictures? Open Minds, UFO news and investigations. He's wasting our time with UFO news and investigations. Look, UFO video portal, International Congress. Lucifer is helping Vatican astronomers look for extraterrestrials. A new book claims the Vatican astronomers are looking for extraterrestrials. And they're using Lucifer to do it. And all this spook shit. This is what Phil Valentine is doing. This is what he's always done for a long time. Let's get back. Chuck Messier of Cohona House has given the conspiracy theory his blessing, going on to co-author The Hybrid Age with Tom Horn, one of the originators of the conspiracy. Oh, it goes on and on, talks about these conspiracy, and he goes on to talk about Planet X, Nibiru, Nemesis, all this sick, stupid
Planet Nibiru.
shit that Phil pushes on the community and slick, and he'll code it, right? Here's the real thing. It's called Lusa. They changed the name. It was called Lucifer, but niggas got acting crazy. And it's by the Max Planck Institute, built this. It has nothing to do with searching for extraterrestrials and ETs. It doesn't. It's a large binocular telescope. Collaboration between astronomical institutes in Germany, Italy, and the US. Located at Mount Graham near Tucson, Arizona. It's in Tucson, Arizona, which he failed to tell you is not even in Italy, Rome. And they work with Arizona University. Y'all can look this up on your own. I'll add the link. Lucifer, near-infrared spectroscopic utility with camera and integral field unit for extragalactic research. It's just a powerful telescope. He's spooking it out. Let's go back to this fraud.
This, family, is Lucifer. What is it called?
The DVD is now available. Also, you could also stream it.
Our creation?
Yeah, so you gotta pay. You gotta pay to be miseducated to get the whole DVD. Phil Valentine is a fraud.
Yeah, y'all gotta pay to get the full DVD. Everything is about hustling you out your money to teach you some fuck shit. This shit has to do with Arizona. That had nothing to do with no Vatican doing it. This was a university and Planck Institute putting together a powerful microscope. Microscope. Is that the right word? Whatever, to study the universe in astronomy. Jesus.
He's always been a fraud. He's always. I've listened to Phil Valentine lectures. Let me just say this. 15 years ago, before none of y'all even knew Phil Valentine, I was to go see him and he was in California. Paid $5 to watch him lecture for 5 straight hours. This was 15 years.
Okay, that's about it on that one. Okay? So Phil Valentine's out of here. Put Bobby right along with him. Is that the last one? Because this is long enough. Let me see. I might have to make a part 2 and 3 and get a bunch of other motherfuckers out of here. Y'all motherfuckers need science, bro. No pseudo. No pseudoscience. We don't want to sound sciencey. We want to embrace science. What's up, Information Man? Y'all go subscribe to Information Man Show. How long we been gone? 3 hours and 41 minutes. I hate doing these long live streams, but it just took a lot to expose this and share this and show this. I mean, Chief X didn't lie on nobody tonight. Chief X played their words, and you seen with your own eyes, you seen and heard everybody, all what 6 of these cats habitually lied to you out their mouth, and I proved it. Share this video so we can get this community back on track and back into reality and out of La La Land. These niggas is lying to you about linguistics. They may be lying to you about the meta-netta and some of these niggas teach. I haven't really delved into it. I can't even tell if they lied about that. It's just not something I'm interested in, so I leave it alone. This conscious community is a fucking circus that nobody ever wanted to clean up. I'm telling you. Nobody ever wanted to clean it up because everybody wanted to get into it and rape you of your money. Some of them cats sound good and on point, like, damn, this motherfucker deep. But when you really look at it and listen, oh, that shit is some bullshit. You guys are flooded with revised fake history and pseudoscience. And that's why the conscious community has never went anywhere. Normal, regular, traditional people who don't consider themselves in the conscious community are smarter than you. They're more aware than you. You guys are simply a batch of people who may read some pro-black book or two, thought you learned something, got fancy and dissed your fucking family, played like they was stupid for still embracing their religion, And all them kids in Christianity is going to colleges and getting education and embracing science and staying in reality. Although they may embrace a religion, they're still staying in reality. You niggas went off in left field. Dissed your parents, dissed your family members, bad-mouthed them, bashed them about religion. You called your family and your friends crazy and stupid. And here you ignorant as niggas is looking up to Phil Valentine. Now, they may look up to a pastor for their teaching. Sometimes, like twice a year, I step up in a church. Because I like music. I like gospel music. I like singing. I like that entertainment. And sometimes I'll go to City of Refuge, maybe a couple of times a year, with Bishop Noel Jones. But Noel Jones has a different style of teaching. Noel Jones will throw life lessons in the middle of his sermon. So me as a wise man, I'll extract a life lesson out of what he's saying and get some motivation, flirt a little bit with a choir girl, and go on about my business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, these conscious sisters, the worst relationship I ever had in my entire life. And I dated a lot of women. Chief X was a hoe. I did a lot of women. People see, everybody know Chief X loved women and has dated a lot of women, had girlfriends, wives. The craziest woman and the worst relationship I've ever been in was with a chakra princess. The heifer was claiming to see things and don't let me give her no fucking edible. Oh, she's gone. Just, I didn't want to go there with her. But the craziest and the worst relationship I had was a woman who considered herself a chakra princess. That's what I call women who were into astrology, money oil, crystals, and kundalini, and natural. You'll see them taking pictures sitting under a waterfall and shit. They'll post a picture at the beach in a waterfall next to them and shit, and sitting here posing like this and shit. And that's supposed to mean you're spiritual. Because you take a picture in the woods with a head wrap on, walking barefoot in nature. Now all of a sudden we supposed to think you spiritual. You about that shit. Fucking entertainment. A goddamn sideshow. I've been trying to look. I feed. I make about 20 people get shit wholesale from me and feed their family. Right. I've been telling people I don't have employees because it's not like a business like this underground. But I employ 20 black folks. I have a 740 credit score. In 2 years, I'm about to be niggas will never listen to me and just hate on me. I'm trying to teach niggas business. They don't give a fuck. Go look at my YouTube page. Any business related post, 100 views. Man, what the chat talking about? Ray said, everybody knows that Chief X think highly of Chief X. Yeah. I'm confident. I'm a little cocky, but in a positive way. Sometimes I just be talking shit and being passionate and entertaining. But I'm actually a very humble person and a kind person. That's why I give niggas consignment. Like, I'm going to stop doing consignment. I gave this dude consignment 3 weeks ago. Shipped this nigga a case of chocolate bars. This nigga called. First I said, you know what? I'm gonna hook you up. Because he was letting me know he needed something. He was kind of short on money and shit like that. I said, bro, I've been telling you for years. You should have been on this train. Sent the nigga a case on consignment. And I said, sell that case. This was like 3 weeks ago. Sell the case. Keep half the money. And half the money will get you rolling from now on. This nigga called me. Once I told him I would do that for him, I didn't send it for a week. This nigga called me every day, twice a day. Yeah, you gonna send that? As soon as I send it and he get it, I ain't heard from the motherfucker. Shit. I ain't heard from him in 3 weeks. I'm gonna call him tomorrow. I was just giving it, but like, you gonna bug me and I hook you up and like, a lot of y'all can't be trustworthy. People be trying to help and y'all burn them. Like, people be tripping on me for me and Ox beef. I'm telling you, listen to what I'm telling you. I sent Ox a case of moringa on consignment. Say, Chief X, that's very kind of you. He fucked me and didn't send me a penny to this day. This was fucking 3 years ago. And niggas can't even say, that was wrong. You should send Chief X his money. These niggas was sided with the devil and laughed about it. Wasn't shit but $140 to me. Small things to a giant. And got the audacity and these niggas got the audacity to be mad at me, the one who got beat. It backwards, just crazy. These niggas call Polite the GOAT and will let Polite on their channel anytime. And Polite is a rapist, owe 1 million niggas money. They know he's scamming clearly, and they'll let him on the show. But they'll say, fuck Chief X, he can't come on our panel. And Chief X don't owe a dime to nobody. Never scammed anyone. Never told a lie and miseducated people on purpose. Never in his life. But you hate on Chief X. This how backwards the conscious community, I'm telling you, the conscious community is full of angry motherfuckers who fell out the church. Their life wasn't together. They read a couple books, got cocky, and thought they was the fucking world and was a multi-genius after reading 2 books. Nigga read 2 books and thought they were smarter than their parents and uncles and aunties who got degrees and shit. Niggas ain't took 1 college class. Failed rappers and singers teaching you niggas. Entertainers with no credentials teaching you niggas. You niggas is in a cult. Wait to part 2. Let me see what the chat talking about. Atlantis, Lumeria. What did you say, Isaiah? Chief X, you said me in case I will use it all. Yeah, not like it's a group called the Pseudo Killers. I was watching the game the other day, right? The Golden State game was on. It was Monday Night Football and shit. I said Pseudo Killers went live. Let me just peep in what they're saying. Niggas got the ignorant niggas had the audacity to say Chief X is dumb. And everybody on the panel just laughing and giggling. And you would think some people ain't two-faced it and got your back. Niggas two-faced it like a motherfucker. Niggas want to say, you know what? Like me. People, I always say the same thing. I cannot stand you or hate you, but I'm not going to lie on you because I don't like you. Just because I want to make you look. I don't do them fucking games. Say, like if somebody said, like, me and Ankh and Polite don't get along. But if I'm just having a conversation with people about stuff and someone say Ankh and Polite is dumb, I'm going to say, you know what? They're not dumb. They may be wrong about something, or maybe jive turkeys and shit, but they're not dumb. Well, nobody step up and say, you know what, Chief X ain't dumb. I may disagree with him, I may not like him, but the nigga ain't dumb. I'm smarter than anybody on your entire clique. Are you kidding me? I do better than anybody in your entire clique. I'm kinder than anybody in your entire clique. I'm the motherfucking elder today, and you niggas gonna bend the damn knee. I know it's hard to let that bullshit go. It's hard. It's like when you first found out Jesus didn't exist. You're like, what? Oh, you. Shaka Amos live stream. Chief X, are you going to Shaka Amos live stream, record or something? I don't know if you know, but Kaya David. What was that? 2 days ago, I did a video about Shaka and Sonetta and the whole situation. If y'all want clarity, watch that. It's a lesson from a wise man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you the psychology of these cats and how it go down. I'm sitting here going back and forth with this cat who's totally nuts on this is on Unbiased Sports Channel. So I go in there. I said, once I go on there, I know all the people who hate me gonna start trying to camper and get on the goddamn line too, because they just want to fight and debate and argue with me. So I'm kicking this one dude's ass with logic, and he's crazy as hell. And these niggas sided with him just because it was me he was talking to. Then the next day he on, everybody calling him crazy as hell. But when I'm talking to him, he's brilliant and Chief X is stupid. Backwards, fake as fuck. So no one will ever see me on certain channels ever again. I promise you. I'll never be on Sonetta's channel again. That's a Hebrew Israelite channel. I'll never be on Pseudo Killers again. I'm in Rock Squad again. These niggas have no respect for people unless it's their little clique. And the thing about it is, all of them know I'm correct and right and exact. They don't want it to be, though. You know how people just don't want you to shine. But like these cats really think I give a fuck. People really think I give a fuck if nutcases like me. I care about the women liking me, and they love me. Give a fuck about you three-legged ass niggas. Except real ones like Information Man up in here, Aku up in here. I was on the phone with Ngozi last night. And we like people can't believe niggas done turned into a fucking circus. Like I was trying to give advice to Pseudo Killers. I said, you guys need to grow your channel and get some viewers. Teach. All they do is argue and cuss people out and insult people. And with Ankh there, no one can take them serious. Now, people can take them serious. Let me not say that. But Ankh will ruin an organization because of his behavior. Not that he's dumb. Ankh knows his shit. But it's a character and behavior issue that will keep whoever he's connected with stagnant. Because people just don't like Ankh like that. Not that he's wrong. He'll kick when he talks about vaccine, he kicks their ass. When he talks about religion, he kicks their ass. But his behavior, and he doesn't know how to communicate properly. He doesn't know how to have an adult conversation. Anytime on my page you see me with over 2 or more people, we have adult conversations. You'll never hear me argue. Now, when I'm on my own like this, I'm just in my zone. Sometimes I get passionate, I might talk shit, cuss, what, but I'm in my zone acting crazy and talk. But what if I get on somebody else's panel, I always come with respect. I said, Empowered Esquire asked me to be a guest on her show some months ago. Classy lady, attorney, Empowered Esquire. Y'all should subscribe to Empowered Esquire. And we talked on the phone several times. And I said, you know what? I know you see how I get down on my page, but when I come to someone else's page, that's their platform. So my behavior has to be a little different. I'll be professional when I come on your channel. I remember I went on Sudoku, like I was about to make this video and show, like, because I recorded the show on this argument I had on Pseudo Killers one time. I went on there damn near begging to not argue. I said, please not argue. Let's not argue. Please, let's not talk about that shit that happened in the past. Let's just talk about this Egypt subject. Please. I don't want to argue. 5 seconds into talking. La, 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 la. And then I leave the show. Oh, Chief Fetch came on here and ran, started some shit. It's like a fucking mind game. They started shit, but then when I leave, I'm the one who started it. It's fucking amazing. Niggas is just two-faced and don't have the balls to stand on their own. I stand on mine and everything I believe and my values and principles, regardless of any clique or who I'm down with. I have my own mind. I'm an individual. You can't come in on myself and say, it's okay to say this. They're not dumb. They just got some behavior problems. Actually, they're intelligent and got potential. They just misuse their gift. I'm like, how is you niggas spiritual or righteous in any kind of fucking way? Indigenous black man, did I call you names yesterday? What was the names I said? No, actually, I just wanted you to listen because some, I can tell by comments if people have good or bad intent, or if they just got the stop sign up and just want to be defensive about everything they're learning. So that's why I do this. You see me play their words, and then I'll correct them. So we're clear. We're clear on what was said. So like indigenous black man, like check this out. So like, here's me. There's a live stream going on. I look and see the time. I say, oh, they've been talking for about an hour already. I don't join the live stream like that. What I do, because I need clarity and I want a full understanding, I rewind that motherfucker back to the beginning and start watching. Because I need to understand where somebody's coming from. I don't just I don't buy a book. I don't buy a book, right? And just start in the middle. Because I'll be a little misinformed and not understand. Like, from the beginning of this video, I was kicking some real shit that was leading up to shit I was sending in. So when y'all jump on live streams, rewind that because you come in uninformed and maybe off a little bit. It missed a lot of meat. Like I tell people, You don't have to be current when the video is live and be in the chat, because people get on live stream just to bullshit in the chat and kiki in the chat and talk shit and chat in the chat and debate in the chat. But you have to understand, while you're debating and laughing and kikiing, you're not listening. So, Indigenous Black Man, I know you weren't here at the beginning of this video, but you're here in the chat. All respect due. I'm just trying a lesson. So you come into a live stream in the middle of it and get to fuck that chat. Get the message. So, like, when I'm talking about indigenous and shit, I've been teaching so much about who's indigenous and what the word aboriginal means. I've shown where we're indigenous from, and that's Africa. Native Americans is indigenous here. Chinese people are indigenous in China. Aboriginals are indigenous in Australia. People still say Aboriginal and don't even know what the word means or who it's referring to. Aboriginal only refers to people who reached Australia 50,000 years ago. Original Australians and Tasmanians. Not Africans, not Asians, not Europeans. A small clip of Native Americans in Canada have been given the title in science Aboriginal. But that's only a term for original Australians. So when the people in the Black conscious community and use the term Aboriginal and say I'm Aboriginal, or think you don't know what you're talking about. African people or African Americans aren't Aboriginal people. You're confusing the word original with aboriginal. So when I say the original Australians are Aboriginal, ab kind of sort of means away or from, either or, original. So when I say Aboriginals and those original Australians and Tasmanians, they're away from or from the original person, because they were the original people who left out of Africa 70K years ago, and then 20,000 years ago, the migration people ended up in Australia. Those are Aboriginal, nobody else. Yeah, like so there's different people have different understandings of Aboriginal, but I try to give people a clear understanding of what, not Aboriginal, sorry. Indigenous, like Fitz said in here. Fitz said to be indigenous, you have to be in the area of the world over 15,000 years and actually mutated to suit the environment. Now, I don't couch in that way, but in general, he's kind of right. But so what I say is, when you're considered indigenous to the land, that means you are a people who first came to this land before it was populated, and you set up camp there, and your culture was born there. So Native Americans, the East Asian DNA type, who crossed the Bering Straits from like Russia to Alaska and to Canada and down to America, they've been here for 15,000 years approximately. And when they got here, nobody was fucking here, because it was an ice age called the Laurentine Ice Sheet 20,000 years ago, so it was fucking empty. So when they got here, they were the first peoples to get to the land, set up camp, stay there, and their culture's born there. You see? That's what an indigenous person is. So when I say there's no black nappy-head kinky Africans ever lived, set up camp in North Africa, that's a fact. North Africa has never been Black Africa. There has never been a black kinky-haired people who set up camp in North Africa, stayed there, and their culture was born there, where you could say that's a North African tribe. My people set up camp in West Central Africa, stayed there, and their culture was born there. So my distant bloodline is indigenous to West Central Africa. Are we clear? Now we have never ever lived as a group or tribe, and our culture was born nowhere in North Africa, the Levant, the Near East, the Caucasus Mountains. We're sub-Saharan Africans. We were never ever in history in 30,000 years in those areas. So Hebrew Israelites are wrong. Egyptomaniacs are wrong. We're not even Nubians. That's a different type of people. Not different type, but there are sub-Saharan Africa, in my opinion. But Nubians and Egyptians are two different people. Egyptians are North Africans. Nubians are not North Africans. They would be East or sub-Saharan Africans. I don't want to say sub-Saharan because the Sahara Desert kind of stops at the Nile. The Nile is like a break where you can go up and down. And those East Africans and Nubians just happen to be, excuse me, privileged to live along the Nile and go up and down and do business with the North African Egyptians. You know, you guys know what North Africans look like. You know what Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, Libyans, you know what they look like, and they are not black nappy people. They've always been there. They are Africans. They're just not black Africans. This is simple shit. People got to get over it and get their ass back to West Central Africa. Oh, what you saying? Indigenous? Here we go, telling me what I know. See, Chief, you starting again. Yeah, so you don't have no. That's what I'm saying. I told you my name is honoring. See that you're riding, straddling the fence. That's called confusion. You said I told you my name is honoring my indigenous African and Native American. You don't have no Native American ancestors. You are better off saying your European ancestors because you have probably 10 times more European DNA than you have Native American DNA. This is what I'm saying. Black Americans probably at the most about 25% European DNA. I got 12% European DNA. I have 0.04. Listen. No, I'm sorry. I have 0.4 Native American in my DNA. I have 12% European. Technically, if I'm honest and being real, I would say, and what if he said, I'm honoring my African and European ancestors. So indigenous man, you're better off saying you're honoring your indigenous African and your indigenous European ancestors rather than say Native American. It's this attachment that niggas want to do to Native Americans. Because Native Americans, the 5 civilized tribes, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the 5 civilized tribes enslaved Africans. Because the 5 civilized tribes, out of about 550 Native American tribes, listen to my saying, 550 Native American tribes, and there was only a clique called the 5 civilized tribes. You know why? Because those were a group of Native Americans who were catering to the Europeans who came here. And they start dressing like the Europeans and wearing ties and suits and shit. They took on the attributes and the behavior and the things that the Europeans was doing and began to enslave Africans. When they freed these Africans that they enslaved, they didn't enslave themselves because they weren't African. They were Native Americans. They weren't kinky-haired people. They were straight-haired people. So when they freed you, when slavery is abolished, African Americans became what? Cherokee and Choctaw citizens and given some land and things. So you had a group of blacks who were Cherokee, Choctaw, and the other 3 tribes citizens, right? And they internalized it and got to running around thinking they was Native American. And the grandmama passed that down to the grandmama. So that's why our grandmothers think we got Native American in us. But no, not by blood. By blood, you're still West Central African. But you became a citizen after you were freed. So that's where the Native American twist come in, what black folk think they got Native American in them. Now, some people do have a little Native American in, but it's rare because a little known fact y'all don't know. The Cherokee tribe, it was against the law for a Cherokee to have sex with an African and sleep with an African or be in a relationship with an African. They would face banishment from their tribe. They were a little stricter than white folk. White folk didn't give a damn. They would fuck you and with no repercussions. Them Cherokee tribes had laws. You're not to sleep or marry. Some did, some things, and some babies were produced. So some people, that's why we have like 0.4 or 1% in us. But it wasn't prevalent that Native Americans and Africans were sleeping unless they were like the Seminole tribe, which was a mixed tribe of runaways, and if anybody was just the Seminoles, you know what I mean? But that's a small percentage of African Americans who may have that. So indigenous man, you got to switch up and think deeper and say, you know what? I'm European and African, not Native American and African. A lot of y'all better, instead of saying you Native American, just say you're European. But you can't say that because the European enslaved you and everybody's mad at the European, at the white man. It's a shame in the minds of the conscious community to say, I'm European and African. So by default, they say, fuck the European. I'm Native American and African. It's fucking hilarious. See, I've let go of all those defenses and all those issues and problems and shit. That's why I say I like raw, straight history. Good night, indigenous black man. Exactly, Kaya David. A lot of us that have that 1% of that's likely came from blacks mixing in whites, so who so happen to have a small amount of native blood. Yep. Another angle, that's true. DNA, next time, are we Facebook friends, by the way? Like, I don't know if a lot of these YouTubers are my Facebook friends, but some of them are. So I always ask people, let me see them DNA results. And we won't never post them. They'll just talk because they prefer their belief instead of hardcore facts. Belief over facts, you know. Because people just have shame of the Atlantic slave trade and what happened, and maybe the people weren't as advanced and shit. They just default to Native American and shit. But indigenous black men, I don't mean no harm. I'll just be clowning and trying to teach. Digital Gold, you said the Spanish and the Portuguese and French have another American colony's story to tell. I didn't understand that. You can retype it. So my grandmother, rest in peace, passed away this year actually. And I was over her house looking at some old pictures before she passed away. And we just sit down looking at old pictures, and she was showing me my grandmother was showing me her grandmother and grandfather in pictures and shit. I was like, I was just looking at all my family. Well, this is such and such. This is such and such. So we just had a sit down. I said, Grandma. And then she told me, we got some Native American in you. Inside, I just laughed. I'm looking at all my great grandparents, black as hell. But I just let my grandmama think that, and I didn't even argue with her. What's up, B. Tolliver? Yeah, maybe in certain areas, B. Tolliver, that's certain. What is it? Would you say, Peace Chief? You have great points. However, a lot of black folks from the South, Virginia to Florida, have more Native American DNA than European. Not much though. Yeah, there are some people, which is kind of rare, but there are some. Like if it's 100 blacks, maybe one do. You know, so I just keep it in general and just tell people in general, nigga, you ain't got no Native American in you. But yeah, maybe 1 out of 100 do. Correct, Fitz. Like Fitz is a cat who's been around for a while, like a Facebook friend and in the same circles and shit like this. When other people have turned on me and won't even comment in my live stream, or he's never talked shit about me. He's never flipped. He's never been influenced by haters about me. So I appreciate that about you, Fitz. I've never told you that, but appreciate it. Appreciate you standing strong and stand on that real. She said, I'm mad I ain't got none. I got 4.4. See, I'm fine mentally with telling people I got 12% European DNA. Matter of fact, I think its estimate it was 26. I think it changes a little bit. It was 26% Nigerian, 25% Ghanaian. It was 12% European, 9% Central Africa, and the rest was just some mixed batch of shit. Thanks, Richard. You're always right. Yeah, I don't mean no harm to nobody. But I've been on this sucker a long time, and I'm about to get out of here. It's 12:28 Cali time, and I really appreciate y'all listening. If some of y'all are here, I suggest tomorrow you rewind this motherfucker back to the beginning, because you came here in halftime. The beginning was some good shit you missed out on. Okay? Chief X, I'm out.